Hello and welcome to the recording of the One Stop Truck event. This is a recording of an event that happened in January of 2022. My name is Olivia Lane. I'm an air pollution specialist in the Compliance Assistance and Outreach branch at the California Air Resources Board. I will be the MC for this event, so you'll hear my voice throughout the recording introducing some of the folks that are giving presentations. Okay, let's get started. We have a great lineup today. So in general, our virtual one-stop truck events are designed to help you understand what you need to do to comply, what you may want to start doing to prepare for the future, and how you might get assistance in doing so. All right, so to go through the agenda, to start, we will talk about existing and future internal combustion engine regulations for on-road and off-road vehicles. Then we will talk about truck and bus regulation reporting questions. And then we will go into existing and future regulations regarding zero-emission vehicles or equipment. We'll also talk about what to consider when getting ready to add zero-emission vehicles and equipment to your fleet. We'll talk about what to expect during an inspection of your vehicle in a CHP BIT inspection or an inspection by CARB's enforcement team. Then we'll go over what we can learn from heavy-duty zero-emission pilot and demonstration projects that CARB has funded. And finally, we'll go over incentive funding and loans for the purchase of new or used vehicles or equipment. All right, so let's get started with our first presentation. First up, we have Randy Opfer, air pollution specialist and a longtime trainer who will share his extensive knowledge of the regulations that are currently applicable to medium and heavy-duty on-road vehicles. After that, Katie will discuss CARB regulations that apply to medium and heavy-duty off-road vehicles. All right, take it away, Randy.
My name is Randy Opfer, and I've been in the Air Resources Board business for a little over 30 years. Spent a lot of that time doing some inspection work and actually working with people on how to understand these regulations. My job this morning is to give you an overview of what some of the current diesel regulations are and what the requirements are that are already in place. So the first presentation we have this morning is going to go through this. I will be talking about these rules. I'm going to hit the truck and bus regulation, deal a little bit with enforcement, go through some information on what's called the periodic smoke inspection program, transport refrigeration units, the greenhouse gas initiative, and a short primer on the advanced clean trucks regulation. Then I'm going to hand it off to my coworker Katie, and she's going to finish off with the off-road regulation and the large spark ignition rule. Truck and buses first up. So this regulation to me has always been an omnibus type regulation. By that, I mean, we have multiple regulations that have already been put in place prior to the truck and bus rule. It kind of came in and collected all the vehicles that weren't already under other regulations. But in order to fall under this regulation, you do have to have a diesel fueled or alternatively fueled diesel vehicle operating in California with a gross vehicle weight rating more than 14,000 pounds. So diesel, any form of diesel, operating in California, that all means that it also applies to those vehicles coming in from out of state. We've been given the authority by the federal government to enforce this regulation on any vehicle in the state. The responsibility for this particular regulation is going to fall on those owners of these vehicles. Anybody that rents or leases the vehicle might have some responsibility. There's also some requirements if you decide to sell a vehicle that falls under our regulation, especially if you're going to sell it to somebody that is also going to use it in the state of California. If you sell it outside the state, not really a big deal. We don't really have any ability to do anything with that. But if you're going to sell it inside the state of California to somebody that will operate it here, there is a disclaimer that we require on the contract language. Public agencies and public utility fleets, there is a separate regulation in place for any public agency that operates diesel vehicles in the state of California. It also covered private utilities at one point, but as of the beginning of this year, the private utilities now fall under the same truck and bus regulation. One additional requirement that's part of this regulation is something that deals with anybody that we call a California-based broker or dispatcher. This may be somebody that doesn't own a truck at all. These are individuals that hire the use of trucks for whatever purpose that do fall under the regulation. This part of the regulation actually requires you to hire compliant vehicles. Later on in the presentation, I'll talk about the fact that there's a way that you can get a certificate or some way to prove that you're hiring compliant vehicles or prove that your fleet is compliant. When you get there, this is what I'm talking about with the California-based brokers and dispatchers. You have to hire compliant fleets. Private utilities, as I was just talking about, became under the truck and bus regulations starting the beginning of this year. And this gives you a little definition of what a private utility is. Essentially, it's a utility, in my opinion, that you can just buy. You can buy stock in it. It's a private utility. If you're still unsure of this, we do have some information. You can contact staff at our 8666 diesel line, and they can walk you through the steps to determine whether or not your individual organization falls under this regulation or perhaps another regulation. In this rule, we break all the vehicles down into one of two classes. It's either considered a light vehicle or a heavy vehicle. And that is consistently based on the gross vehicle weight rating of the truck itself. A light vehicle would be industry standard class 4, 5, or 6. And as far as the actual weight class is concerned, that's anywhere from 14,001 pounds up to and including 26,000 pounds gross vehicle weight rating. The basic requirement is shown on the screen right now for those vehicles. In this class of vehicle, the light vehicles, there's nothing in the regulation that says you have to install a filter at any point. There never has been. This particular class of vehicles are required to go directly from what they were built as, what they came from the factory with, to meeting 2010 model year engine compliance. Now, 2010 model year engine compliance is not something you can install as a retrofit or something that you can do to the engine and leave it in place and just plug something on the exhaust. This means a complete rebuild. So when you get to the dates that are shown here, let's take a quick example here. Coming up, we've got any vehicle that's in this light class that has an engine model year 2007 to 2009. These would be vehicles that were built from the factory with existing diesel particulate filters. They're required to meet 2010 model year compliance on January 1st, 2023, or by that date. And that's going to mean that they have the choice of repowering, retiring, or dropping down to low use. Those are the choices as far as the basic requirement is concerned. Now, if you do comply with this chart with any vehicle that's considered light, there's no reporting required, actually. The reporting system for this particular rule has never actually been an absolute requirement. For the heavy vehicles, we have a similar basic standard, and it does go by model year of the engine, and it does give you a date at which time the vehicle's engine needs to meet 2010 model year compliance standards for emissions. There was an interim step for the heavy vehicles. The heavy vehicles, again, would be your class 7 and 8s, anything over 26,000 pounds gross weight. The requirement is basically find the model year of the engine. There's a date at which you had to install a filter. And then there's a date at which you need to have that engine needs to meet 2010 model year engine compliance. Same as what I was talking about. If you comply with this chart with your heavy vehicles, there is no reporting required. There actually never has been. Now, there are reasons why you would want to be in the reporting system. And they revolve around two areas. One is if you want the certificate that I spoke about earlier. The other is if you're following a flexibility that was an allowance within the regulation that allowed you to go around those two charts I just showed you, because you had either a specialized type of vehicle, or you had a specialized type of use, or you had a limitation on the actual use of the vehicle. Now, at one point, there were more than 20 different flexibilities. Most of those flexibilities have come and passed. Their timelines have already been passed. We still have these particular ones on the screen that do have some time left before they actually finish up. The heavy crane option is technically not even part of this regulation. I put it here because it was part of this regulation after the 2014 amendments. It was taken out because we had some issues with a lawsuit associated with this regulation at one point. And it is still meeting the same requirements. And essentially what that particular flexibility offers is anyone who has a single engine heavy crane, which would be a vehicle that operates over 54,000 pounds gross vehicle weight rating, is a single engine heavy crane that can't carry any goods or materials on the bed, just the crane, and it needs a specialized certified crane operator in order to operate that. If you have a vehicle like that, you do need to be into the heavy crane option, and you do have a reporting requirement under the truckers database. We also have the NOx exempt areas, which is the map on the far right of this slide. These are areas that were given an exception under the rule. We call it a flexibility as well, because when the rule was put in place, the counties that are designated in orange on that particular slide all met federal ambient air quality standards for oxides of nitrogen. Because of that, if you own and operate a vehicle in those areas, exclusively in those areas, and never come out of those areas, you do have the option of installing a filtration system and then never having to actually update the engine to 2010 emission standards. Because the 2010 engine, its primary function, different than what came before it, was a controlling of the NOx, or the oxides of nitrogen. That also requires reporting if you're going to follow this particular flexibility. The last three flexibilities on here, the low use ag, the low use exemption, and log truck. These are all still active. The low use ag is one that will time out as of January 1st, 2023. And it actually will give you, gives you more mileage, up to 10,000 miles per year. Okay, who's moving my slides? All right, well, I didn't go back.
Just slow down a little bit, okay, Randy, for the translators.
Okay, all right. Who forwarded my slide though?
Sorry about that, Randy. Let me back up one.
All right.
I snafu'd you, so I apologize.
No worries.
So try it now. You should have control.
Okay, can you bring it back up to that previous slide though?
Yes, sir.
Because it's, all right, I'm not finished talking about this. I want to,
hold on a sec. Sorry. There you go. One more.
There you go. Okay. All right. I did want to talk about the last three options before I go to the next slide. The first would be the low use ag. As I was saying, this is a flexibility that does time out as of January 1st, 2023. If you are a farmer and own trucks that are used for farming operations, you could have opted into this. The last date it was available was January of 2015. This particular provision does allow, until that 2023 date, up to 10,000 miles per year, and you wouldn't have to have a filter or a 2010 engine. The low use exemption itself does allow for any vehicle that falls under this regulation to operate up to 1,000 miles per year in the state of California. So if you have vehicles that operate outside the state, that mileage doesn't count. But if you can keep it under 1,000 in the state, then you would also be exempt from having to install a filter or having to update to 2010 emission standards. That particular provision also has an exclusion for emergency use. If you happen to be in a position where you can operate your vehicles for any declared emergency, and you're using that vehicle, whether it's an emergency vehicle or not, then all the mileage that you accrue during that emergency use would be exempt from the 1,000-mile limitation. Finally, the log truck exemption or provision, I don't want to call it an exemption because it's not really, is one where if you own and operate a truck that does nothing but logging operations, it has to have a permanent bunk, and this particular provision would allow you to bypass the actual filtration step that I showed you a few moments ago. This was designed to help soften the transition to 2010 emission standards. And that particular provision has a sunset date out to 2027, I believe. Let's go on to the next slide here. This is the certificate. I told you a few moments ago that if you wanted to follow any of these flexibility options, that you needed to have your vehicles in the reporting system, your vehicles and your fleet, your company information, all of that. The reporting system is called Truckers, Trucrs, and it is an online system where you can put all this information in that I was mentioning just a moment ago. If what you put in this system turns out to be listed as compliant, the way you report it is important, then you will be able to print a certificate of certified compliance. And that certificate is something that can be used for a number of different things. It's not something that we use for enforcement. Our enforcement officers will not actually ask for that certificate out in the field. And in fact, if you offer it to them, it's not going to make you bypass the inspection that they have to do. It's just going to give them the information about your fleet so they can look your fleet up in the system more easily. The certificate is actually designed for those people who need to have something to prove they're in compliance. And while just having a piece of paper doesn't necessarily do that, it does provide that, that spot, if you will, for the people that are hiring and having to hire compliant fleets. If you provide them with a certificate, that is their due diligence. If you have questions about any of the reporting stuff, we do have an email, truckers@arb.ca.gov. There's full-time staff that answer that email, and they're perfectly happy and capable to help you through any of the regulatory issues as well as the reporting issues. Now, if you just have a regulatory question, that's why we're here today, but you also have the option of calling our 8666 diesel line. Lots of individuals out there that are much more able to help on a regular basis with your questions.
Randy?
Yes.
Somebody would like you to quickly go over the NOx exempt area flexibility option again.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to bring that slide back, but let's talk about what it is. You have it in the handout. It's a map of the state of California. It has outlines of several counties. I think there's at least 15 to 20 of them. Don't know the exact number. Most of them exist in the far northern part of our state or along the central coast, from Santa Cruz down to San Luis Obispo. If you live, well, you don't have to live there, but if you own and operate a vehicle exclusively in those designated counties, you have the option to report to the truckers database. And actually, as long as there's a filter on that truck, you can operate in those designated areas with unlimited mileage, as long as you want to keep that vehicle in place. You don't have to update it to a 2010 emission standard engine. That's because those counties met emission requirements back when we put this rule in place. And as long as you do this properly, report it properly, have that filter installed, there's an indefinite period of time that you can operate that vehicle within those areas. You aren't allowed to bring the vehicle out of those areas, but it is something that a lot of people are using within those areas. All right, there weren't any other questions, right, Katie?
We are handling the rest in the chat.
Fantastic. Let's talk about SB1 as it shows on the screen. This is a regulation or law that was actually passed, put in place back in 2017. It was signed by the then Governor Brown, and it did two things. Most people might commonly know it as the gas tax regulation. That was half of the rule. That half of the rule was to create a fund for rebuilding the roads and fixing roads, road repair. The second half deals specifically with this truck and bus rule, because it actually set up the parameter that in order to get your truck that falls under this regulation registered, you have to be in compliance with the truck and bus rule. This has been in place and started back in 2020 as far as the implementation is concerned. And I'm sure most of the people that operate trucks have had some information from DMV between that time and now, letting them know whether or not their vehicle is registrable, or if they're in compliance with the rules. Some of you may not have seen anything. If you have a 2011 or newer truck, your registration went through just the same as it did before. If you have something that was earlier, 2009 engine, 2007 engine, at some point, whether it be light or heavy, DMV is going to send you a notification that the vehicle, you have to demonstrate compliance. And the way to do that is through our reporting system, however you decide that you're going to handle that particular thing. But that's what SB1 detailed. Some of you may have found out about this training through a listserv. Hopefully that worked for you. We like to send out information on all of our training classes. In fact, I'm going to plug a lot of our training classes. Katie and I conduct training on a weekly basis through a webinar series, where we go through each of the regulations I'm covering in more detail. You can get that information by signing up through the listserv, and this is the page that you would do that at. Let's talk a little bit about something called the Periodic Smoke Inspection Program, or PSIP. This is actually a regulation that was put in place pretty much prior to any other diesel related regulation that we have at the Air Resources Board. It was first instituted back in 1998. And this rule is what's called an in-use regulation. By that, I mean, in order for us to make sure that the vehicles that we certify as compliant based on how they were manufactured, keep their emissions under control and don't let them exceed what they're supposed to, we have to have some mechanism for monitoring or having the emissions monitored during the life of the vehicle. This is much like a smog check for your regular gasoline vehicles, except there currently is no program for diesel vehicles. So this is what it is. The periodic smoke inspection program applies to fleets of 2 or more California registered or California based diesel vehicles, on-road diesel vehicles, with gross vehicle weight ratings of more than 6,000 pounds. So again, if you have 2 or more California based or registered diesel on-road vehicles with gross weights more than 6,000 pounds, then you fall under this requirement. Which vehicles are you required to test? You're required to give an annual smoke test to all the vehicles that are under the regulation, as long as their engines are 4 years or older. Once they get to that 4-year mark, they are part of this requirement. If you have 2 vehicles and one is, the engine's only 2 years old and one is more, then you only have to test the one. The other thing I'd like to mention is that if you happen to have a vehicle that falls under this rule that is 6,001 pounds up to and including 14,000 pounds, that particular class of vehicle is most likely going to fall under the Bureau of Automotive Repair's smog check program. It depends on the model year. There's some other requirements that you have to be interested in, but if your vehicle is part of the smog inspection program, you don't also have to do this PSIP. That smog inspection is your periodic smoke inspection. This rule requires you to keep records for a couple of years. There's no reporting system currently for this. And there is an optional way that you could report if you wanted to. Basically, if you have a 2013 or newer model year engine, there's a way to download the files and use that as your test. And right now, later on, I'm going to be talking about another program called HDI&M. That is actually going to replace this program in 2024. So we'll spend more time on that, but understand that this is in place right now. We do have another program that is going to be a little bit more than this that is on the way. The current opacity limits that are part of the PSIP program are shown here. It was updated back in 2017 because the original opacity limits, and I should explain what that is. Opacity is just the ability to measure the amount of light that can pass through the smoke coming from a stack. And the more smoke you have, the less light passes through. So it becomes more opaque. Opacity is that measurement. And what we're doing here is we're measuring the opacity of the smoke coming from a diesel truck. There is no, I just saw this coming from Derek Boom to all panelists. There is no exemption from this current PSIP regulation. I should have said that right off the bat. Some of our rules, a lot of our rules have exemptions for a variety of different vehicle types and uses. When PSIP was put in place, there were no exemptions. So it applies to anybody that meets the requirement that I went over just a minute ago. In any case, let's get back to the opacity. The original opacity levels that were set were 40 and 55%. Those are out because diesel particulate filter technology is pretty much everywhere now, and those filters are capable of removing 99.9% of all the soot that comes from these engines. So the 40 and 55% opacity levels didn't make sense. So currently, if you have a requirement under this PSIP program, any of your filtered vehicles cannot emit or have more than a 5% opacity. If they exceed 5%, they fail the test. One caveat to that I'd like to add is that 5% opacity limit, if your vehicle has anything more than 2 or 3%, then basically you have something wrong with the filter. Those filters will not put out that much opacity if they're operating properly. So you may want to take a closer look at that and have a mechanic look at it. There are other opacity levels shown here for vehicles that don't have filters. These would be your low use vehicles, your vehicles that are under, say, the ag or the low use exemption or some program like that. And they're based on the age of the engine. The older the engine, the higher the opacity level that's allowed. And finally, there are some specialty type vehicles listed here that will have higher opacity levels because they can't functionally meet the opacity levels that we're talking about.
Randy?
Yes.
You have a couple questions, but I also just want to remind people that if you are going to ask a question, please type it into the Q&A panel, not the chat panel. That's where we have the Q&A monitors, is on the Q&A panel. But the questions are essentially revolving around PSIP exemption. So one is asking if the vehicle is not DMV registered or is registered as non-op, are they required to test? And the other one is asking if your fleet is 100% compliant, does that mean a smoke test is not needed?
Okay, well, you got a couple different things going on there. Not registered, non-op, all those kind of things. If you have a vehicle that is part of your fleet, even if it's non-op, that is still registration. Technically, it is still part of this test. I know that sounds bad. I know that you're probably not even using the thing, but an annual test is still required on a vehicle like that. The other question is a little bit interesting to me because basically you have a fleet that's saying they're in compliance, which I'm going to make an assumption means that they have all newer type vehicles, something over 2010 engines. And you still have to comply with this regulation because those engines, even though they are brand new in many cases, they will degrade over time. So the first 4 years of those engines, as I said earlier, you don't have to do this test. But any one of those vehicles in a fully compliant fleet that has a engine that is 4 years old or older is part of this test. And it still has to conduct the smoke test. Was that it, Katie?
Yes, and the translators are still asking that you slow down a bit if possible.
Okay, all right, well, all right, so since we're past the PSIP, I did want to give you guys a little bit of information or contacts so that you have someone you can call or someone that you can email if you have more questions. So we put that on the screen right now. These are on-road staff that are available most days during the week to answer your questions if I can't or if we don't get your answers here today. That's it for truck and bus. I also want to make sure we cover in brief a couple of other different regulations. The first being one that deals with the transport refrigeration unit, or TRU. TRUs are something that is used to refrigerate goods that are brought by trucks. This regulation has also been in place for quite some time. This was put in place back in the 2004-2005 time period, and it has requirements for that engine that runs those refrigeration units. Because it's been in place for as long as it has, this rule has already met or finalized the last requirements. I do want to tell you how it happened, how it went. The rule initially applied to any vehicle that had one of these transport refrigeration units that were diesel powered, and any transport refrigeration unit gensets that operated in California. This rule also had regulatory requirements for any California-based terminal for freight brokers, forwarders, shippers, and receivers. The basic terms of the rule were one of two things. If you had a pre-existing engine prior to this regulation, you had to bring it into a specific interim standard, which was called low emission transport refrigeration unit, or low emission TRU. Then from that point, the engine was given 7 years of operation at that emission rate before it had to come into compliance with the next step, which was ultra low emission TRU. There are a variety of ways to meet this. You could have done electrification, you could have installed filtration systems to meet these two, but currently the regulation, as I said a few minutes ago, is at the point where everything should either have a level 3 diesel particulate filter on it, if it wasn't built like that from the factory, or it needs to be Tier 4 final. Once you get to Tier 4 final engines, you meet the terms of this regulation. There is another regulation that is coming on the tails of the TRU rule as well. and it's going to push the TRU industry to zero emission. And the zero emission TRU regulation, or ETRU, it's in concept phase right now, which means that there aren't any true requirements under the rule as of yet. These are some of the things they're focusing on to bring these, to transition TRUs to zero emission. They're talking about requiring zero emission units themselves, requiring vehicles that operate TRUs to plug in when they're in a stationary operation, having facility infrastructure requirements so those plugins are available, having the use of something called electronic telematics for enforcement. These are all ideas, and we have had board hearings. I know it says board hearings in 2020. We have had board hearings then. We had board hearings in 2021, and we've got more that are yet to come. This particular concept of this regulatory program is a little bit different than some of our other ones, in that instead of a single rule like the original TRU rule, this one's been broken into phases. And there are going to be 2 phases. Phase 1 is going on right now. And within each phase, there are a couple of different steps. So it's going to be phased in very slowly. And ultimately, we're looking at a deadline of somewhere in the 2024 timeline for this to actually be implemented by our board. Tractor trailer greenhouse gas is the next one on the docket. And this is actually a rule that has been in place for more than a decade. However, it is not one that has had much enforcement. And the reason for the non-enforcement, if you will, is because we really haven't had to. The thing about this particular regulation is that it was the first in the nation that actually required operators that were going more than 50,000 miles or more than 100 miles from their base of operations. If they were in California, they needed to apply technology to their trailer and to their tractor that improved the aerodynamic efficiency of that vehicle. You can see an example, 2 examples on the slides right here. You see that little skirt on the one on the left, that little skirt, if you see that, and I know I've seen it all the time, those are part of this regulatory program. But the thing about it is that they work. And I mentioned a few minutes ago that we haven't had to do that much enforcement on this because the return on people's money was great enough for this technology that we haven't had to enforce the requirements as stringently as we normally would in a regulatory program. People are adopting the technology because it saves them money over time. As far as our regulation here, it does apply to any vehicle operating a 53-foot or longer box type trailer and the tractor that pulls them. If you own, lease, rent, drive, or sell one of these, you do have requirements. And it also has a requirement for California-based brokers and shippers, similar to the one I talked about before, where you're required to hire compliant vehicles. Now, the entire set of aerodynamic technologies is something that is certified through a federal program called SmartWay. And it is a program that's been in place for longer than this rule has been in place. It was one designed by the feds to bring manufacturers of both tractors and trailers into the arena where they would use this technology to lower their emissions and lower their fuel usage. This rule, our rule, the ARB rule, actually also requires technology called low rolling resistance tires. These are special tires that have a variety of features that allow the vehicle that use them to spend less fuel to get from one place to the other. All right, my final topic for today is going to be dealing with some of the newer regulations that are coming up. ARB decided to take what I'd call a synergistic approach to regulations so that we can meet certain targets. Now, the targets we're talking about here are lowering our greenhouse gas, being carbon neutral by 2045, as the governor has asked or actually proclaimed. And the way we wanted to do this and the way we're approaching this is to not just write individual regulations, but to write regulations that stack upon each other. One rule will require one thing, and that will build to the next rule. To give you an example, the first rule that's listed here is called Advanced Clean Trucks. Now, the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation Its sole purpose was twofold. One was to put a requirement on the manufacturers of vehicles in California to have a sales quota, essentially, of zero emission trucks. And that is something that is going to be phased in from 2024 all the way through 2035 and beyond. The second half of that regulation was a one-time reporting requirement to gather information that would allow us to make better decisions on the rules coming after it. It was only required of those fleets that met certain conditions. You had to have more than $50 million of income in a year, or own and operate more than 50 trucks. These were called fleets of concern, or fleets that we were looking at more intently because they have more of a stake and they have more emissions that can be coming from their fleets. So we asked them to report, we required them to report, and we're using that data to go further into the zero emission type regulations. I don't want to spend a lot more time on this because we do have topics that are going to be coming up that deal a lot more with some of the zero emission stuff. I just wanted to make sure you understood that this is also coming, and it's actually in process. Here's the advanced clean truck summary that I talked about. Manufacturer sales, annual sales percentage was a requirement, and then the one-time large entity reporting. And poll time, we don't have a poll, do we?
No, we're going to go ahead and bypass that. And also the session evaluation time. So Randy, thank you so much.
No worries.
For that. So yeah, great job, Randy. And actually, Randy will be back on later in the day to go over the heavy duty maintenance program. All right, so moving on next, I'm going to go ahead and just transition super fast over to Katie. Katie, let me work on getting you control. Hold on just a sec. No problem. And let me advance one more. So Katie, I'll let you just make sure that you have it, and I'll go ahead and do introductions. You actually heard Katie. She was supporting Randy during the presentations, monitoring the questions, and Randy will actually be switching and assisting her, I believe, on this. So we have Katie King, our air pollution specialist. She's going to discuss the CARB regulations that apply to medium and heavy duty off-road vehicles. So Katie, go ahead and take it away.
All right, thank you, Tommy. Sorry, everyone, I've been losing my voice all week, so bear with me. Hopefully it sticks with me. This is a shorter presentation. So my name is Katie King. I'm with the California Air Resources Board, and previously I worked with the San Diego Air Pollution Control District as an inspector. So I looked at the equipment that I'm about to talk to you about today. So let's get into who must comply. Unlike a lot of our other regulations, off-road equipment exemptions are not based on who's operating the equipment for the most part. The main two exemptions for this regulation are personal use equipment and equipment that's used 100% of the time for agriculture. Emergency use vehicles, dedicated snow removal vehicles, and equipment that's used a majority of the time for agriculture, so that's less than 100%, but over 50, those are all partially exempt. So they're required to report and label, but they do not have to follow the performance standards of this regulation. The main thing we're looking for to see if this regulation applies is the engine. So the engines we're referring to are diesel engines that can run any form of diesel. That includes biodiesel, red dye diesel. Any form of diesel in a compression ignition engine is diesel fuel under this regulation. This also applies, again, if you're using some other type of fuel in a diesel compression engine, it's still a diesel engine. The next thing we're looking for is that the vehicle is self-propelled. So when I say that, it means it is not an engine that's placed on a trailer that needs to be pulled around a job site. These types of vehicles typically have an operator that can sit in the vehicle and move the vehicle around. So the vehicle is able to move itself. That also means if the vehicle is on tracks and you put it on a trailer, it's still capable of moving itself. So that's what we're looking at. It's capable of propelling itself. It also has to be 25 horsepower or greater. A lot of times we'll see mini excavators, mini skid steers, things like that, that are rated at 24.9 horsepower. That's completely intentional by the manufacturer because it does exempt them of this regulation. So again, 25 horsepower or greater. And the last thing we're looking for is that it's a true off-road engine. So a lot of times we'll see vehicles certified to an on-road standard, even though they're used off-road, that's going to be an on-road engine. There were also certain other inclusions that were specifically written into this regulation. So all oil field and natural gas workover rigs are included in this regulation, regardless of their engine type. All 2 engine cranes and water well drilling rigs are also included in this regulation. And then certain types of other 2 engine vehicles. So the general requirements of this regulation revolve around a fleet average. So the way that this works is you report every vehicle that meets the applicability into the diesel online off-road reporting system, which is the DOORS system. This includes everything under common ownership. Then by March 1st of each year, you go in and you certify that all of your fleet information that's been reported is still correct. This is also the time that you would update any low use hours, make sure that your fleet changes are updated, anything that's happened throughout the year. So if you sold vehicles, added vehicles, you go and certify that those were added in. It's called the ROAR report. And again, it's due by March 1st of every year. Even if there are no changes to your fleet, you go in before March 1st and certify that the reported information is correct. Once a vehicle is reported into this system, it also needs to be labeled. So when you report, the system will generate an equipment identification number, which is an EIN. That's a 7-digit alphanumeric number for your piece of equipment. It should be 2 letters, 1 number, 1 letter, 2 numbers. So they always follow that format. If you see something different, you want to double check in your system. And additionally, it's typically a red background with white lettering unless you're a captive attainment fleet. When you are adding vehicles to your fleet, you also need to be aware that there is a tier ban. What that means is that based on the year and the horsepower of the equipment, you need to be careful what you purchase and add into your fleet. The tier ban focuses on the purchase date. So for tier 0 and tier 1 equipment, that's been banned since 2016 for all fleet sizes. So no tier 0 or tier 1 equipment can be added to fleets after that date. Tier 2 has been banned for medium and large fleets and will be banned beginning in 2023 for small fleets.
Hey, Katie.
Yes.
You have a question that you should go over again.
Okay.
Somebody's wanting you to repeat the EIN ID format.
Okay, so it's 2 letters, 1 number, 1 letter, 2 numbers. And I think there's an example photo in here if I'm not misremembering. So hopefully we'll show that. Thank you, Randy. Is there anything else?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. So back to the tier ban. Again, it doesn't mean you can't own the equipment currently. It just means it can't be added to the fleet after the tier ban date. The last couple things are administrative portions of the regulation. So there is a limit on idling and a sales disclosure requirement. The limit on idling is there's a 5-minute limitation for any unnecessary idling. So if the idling is not necessary to perform the function of that vehicle, then there's a 5-minute limitation. The sales disclosure that's required just is a notification when you're selling the equipment that there is a regulation in California that pertains to that equipment, and you do have to retain that for 3 years. We have that available on our enforcement page if anyone does want a copy. So after all of your equipment is reported, we use a formula to create an emission rate for each piece of equipment in your fleet, and that goes toward your fleet average. The emission rate is based on the grams of brake horsepower of NOx that equipment emits. The great thing is you don't have to do any of this math. The system will do it for you. Once you have the average, you compare it to the fleet target. The target is a set number and it gets lower every year. So the target is based on what your fleet size is. Larger fleets have lower targets. Once your fleet rate and emission rate is higher than your fleet target, that's when you're required to take action to reduce your emissions in order for your fleet to remain compliant. The reporting system automatically excludes any partially exempt equipment from this. So low use, emergency, snow removal, agriculture equipment, none of that affect your fleet average. The target needs to be met annually by January 1st. Second method you can use to comply is the best available control technology method. For that one, you need to turn over 10% of your fleet or reduce the emissions for 10% of your fleet, again, by January 1st. So if all of your equipment, let's say, is 1,000 horsepower, you commit to reducing the emissions of 100 horsepower of your fleet. You can do this by filtering, you can retire that equipment, you can drop it into permanent low use. Those are all options to reduce the emissions of that horsepower. So the great thing about that method is you don't need to make a purchase in order to comply. You can, retire equipment or lose equipment and still meet your compliance requirements. As a recap, the reporting is required by March 1st, and you must take action to be in compliance with your emission requirements by January 1st of each year. So now we'll talk about another off-road regulation for vehicles that are not diesel fired. This is the large spark ignition regulation. The large spark ignition regulation applies to spark ignition forklifts, tow tractors, sweepers, and airport ground support equipment, again with a horsepower of 25 or greater and 1 liter displacement of the engine. So it has to meet both of those conditions, 25 horsepower or greater and 1 liter displacement. This refers to propane equipment, not diesel. In order for this to apply, you have to have 3 or more forklifts or tow tractors. So as an example, if you have 1 or 2, the regulation doesn't apply. If you have 3, there's still no requirements. It's only when you get that 4th piece of equipment that there is a requirement. Also, when you're making that count, you do have to include your electric equipment under this regulation because they actually reduce your total fleet emissions. So they're beneficial to include, but you do have to include them in your total count for the applicability. So again, as an example, if you had 3 electric forklifts and 1 propane forklift, under this regulation, you have 4 forklifts and the regulation does apply. For the count, you also separate out the types of equipment. So if you have 3 forklifts and you have 3 tow tractors, you're still exempt. If you have 4 forklifts or 4 other type of equipment that meets the definition of the rule, then you are subject to it. There is a reporting requirement for this regulation and a labeling requirement. The labels are only on one side for this one. Additionally, we do offer classes, Randy and I, full classes for both of these regulations. So if you are interested in more information, we have both of those available. If you have questions on these sort of fleets and you need assistance, we have reporting assistance. If you want help just fleet planning or figuring out the regulation, we do have resources available to you. We have the website for the off-road zone, which is that bottom link there. That has a full section for diesel and LSI. You can also access our training schedule there. We update it regularly. We have the Knowledge Center that has fact sheets. And again, if you're interested in the full classes, you can go to that off-road zone and sign up for the classes there.
Our next presenter is Kat Talamentes, Air Pollution Specialist, who will now discuss common truck and bus regulation reporting questions.
Hello, everyone. This presentation will be focused on answering some of the common reporting questions that both trucker staff and the diesel hotline receive. First, which vehicles need to be reported in the trucker's reporting site? On-road vehicles subject to the truck and bus regulation using a flexibility program, such as the low-use exemption program, are required to be reported in truckers, as well as compliant fleets seeking a certificate of compliance. In some cases, applicants for funding are required to be reported as well. Reporting takes place in the Truck Regulation Upload, Compliance, and Reporting System, otherwise known as Truckers, and you can find a hyperlink to the login page in the upper right-hand corner of the Truck Stop homepage shown in the screenshot here. The Truck Stop URL is arb.ca.gov/truckstop, where you'll find many other resources. You will also find a helpful reporting guide on the login page of Truckers that walks you through reporting step by step with screenshots from the actual site. Next, how do I apply for the low use exemption program? The application process depends on when the vehicle fell or is falling out of compliance. If the vehicle is already out of compliance, you will first need to create a trucker's account, report the vehicle there with the compliance option saved as none, and then you will need to email the trucker's ID, full VIN of the vehicle that you wish to designate as low use, and a photo of the current odometer reading to the trucker staff email, which is truckers@arb.ca.gov. Trucker staff may request additional documentation depending on when the vehicle fell out of compliance. If the vehicle is falling out of compliance on the first of the upcoming compliance year, then you can report it in Truckers with the low use exemption compliance option during the January open reporting period. If your vehicle is already enrolled in low use, you will need to update the odometer reading during the January open reporting period in your Truckers account to stay enrolled for the next compliance year. To do so, you will need to click on View or Update upon logging in, then navigate over to the Odometer Readings tab found under Vehicle Info and enter the information there. You will see the Odometer Readings tab is circled in the screenshot below. Outside of the open reporting period, emailing trucker staff is required for assistance, and additionally, the open reporting period begins on January 1st and ends on January 31st. Moving on, how long will it take to receive the DMV registration after enrolling my vehicle into low use? Compliance information is electronically transmitted to the DMV on a nightly basis, and you also should not need to present the DMV with anything external that demonstrates compliance with the truck and bus regulation. If there is a separate CARB enforcement action or there are outstanding DMV issues, such as unpaid fees, then vehicle registration will remain blocked regardless of what has been reported in Truckers. For any CARB enforcement issues, the vehicle owner will need to reach out to diesel enforcement via email at dieselenforcement@arb.ca.gov. For outstanding DMV issues, the vehicle owner will need to reach out to the DMV directly. Next, to update the email address on file for the Truckers account, you will need to submit the Change Contact form to the Truckers email address, which is linked on the login screen of Truckers, circled in the screenshot shown here. Be sure to keep in mind that the username and the password can only be sent to the email on file for the account, so it is very important to keep it updated with an email address that you have access to. Another common question we receive is, what is the engine family name and where can I find it? The engine family name is a 12-character alphanumeric code that is found on the emission control label, which is located on the engine itself. This label typically says important engine information at the top, and you are required to have a legible emission control label affixed to the engine. So if it is missing or illegible, a replacement can be requested from the engine's manufacturer. We also are presented with the following scenario. My vehicle weighs less than 14,001 pounds, but the DMV says it is CARB non-compliant. How is this possible? Truck and bus regulation compliance refers in part to the gross vehicle weight rating, also known as the GVWR, which is the loaded capacity of the vehicle as assigned by the manufacturer. Typically, the GVWR differs from what the vehicle normally operates at or is listed as weighing with the DMV. You can determine your vehicle's GVWR by checking the label on the driver's side door jamb, and like the emission control label, if it is missing or illegible, a replacement can be requested from the vehicle's manufacturer. Lastly, the GVWR can only be modified by the manufacturer, so relieving a vehicle of some of its load does not have an effect on the manufacturer-assigned GVWR. Therefore, to answer this question, the vehicle may weigh less than 14,001 pounds, but its GVWR is most likely greater than 14,000 pounds, which makes it subject to the truck and bus regulation, and it will need to be brought into compliance to both operate and be registered in California. Next, if you installed a 2010 or newer engine on a pre-2011 model year vehicle, the repower will need to be reported in the Excluded Diesel Vehicle Reporting Site, otherwise known as EDVR, to avoid issues with your vehicle's registration. But you do not need to report the vehicle in Truckers, and the EDVR homepage is found at air.arb.ca.gov/EDVR. We also are frequently asked if there is an extension for vehicle owners that purchased a compliant replacement vehicle before the compliance deadline. There is a manufacturer's delay in the regulation, and it requires the compliant replacement vehicle to have been purchased at least 4 months prior to the compliance deadline. And in order to claim the option, you will need to reach out to the trucker staff via email. Moving on, do vehicles registered as planned non-operational with the DMV need to comply with the truck and bus regulation? Yes, these vehicles still need to be brought into compliance, as registering a vehicle as planned non-operational is not a compliance option under the truck and bus regulation. Next, are vehicles with special equipment plates subject to the truck and bus regulation? Yes, vehicles with special equipment plates subject to the truck and bus regulation also need to comply, as there aren't any designated exemptions nor exclusions for vehicles with special equipment plates. Another common question is, can I sell my non-compliant vehicle in California? And the answer is yes. A non-compliant vehicle can be sold in California, but the seller will need to follow the selling guidelines of the truck and bus regulation, which includes providing the sales disclosure statement to all potential buyers. The link to the Regulatory Advisory 416, which contains the sales disclosure statement, is found through the link shown here. And our final frequently asked question is, who can I contact for reporting and compliance assistance? You can reach out to trucker staff via email at truckers@arb.ca.gov, or you can call the diesel hotline at 1-866-634-3735. You can also reach the diesel hotline staff via email at 8666diesel@arb.ca.gov. Additionally, the diesel hotline operates from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. PST, Monday through Friday, and offers assistance in English, Spanish, and Punjabi. Please feel free to reach out to the designated contacts on this slide to ensure that you report successfully, and thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, our next presenter is Bruce Tudor, Manager of the Compliance Assistance and Outreach Section. He's here to talk about zero-emission regulations that are already in place for medium and heavy-duty vehicles and the zero-emission regulations that are under development today. Take it away, Bruce.
To share with you a rundown of the various zero-emission vehicle regulations and programs that have been adopted by the California Air Resources Board. Before I do that, I do want to show you sort of what's driving all of these regulations. And we're not just focusing on zero-emission vehicles at this point. There is a large legacy fleet of diesel vehicles and others that are out there, and we are working on various regulations to clean those up as well. But here you'll see just quickly, there's a zero-emission vehicles action plan, our mobile source strategy, sustainable freight plan, our climate change scoping plan, and others that have prescribed where we need to go with zero-emission vehicles. So what you'll see here too is that we do have, as I mentioned, two basic strategies. One, zero emission vehicles wherever they can be introduced, and cleaner fuels and cleaner engines in other categories. So, as I said, we have a number of regulations and are working on a number of regulations for heavy duty vehicles. This gives you an idea of just how many we've looked at, how many we're working on, how many we've adopted. What you will see here is on the top, those are all zero emission vehicle regulations. On the bottom, those are regulations that are aimed at either cleaning up diesel vehicles or keeping them clean. What you see on this page is just a few things that I would point to. Uh, Zero emission reefers on your on trailers, on refrigerated trailers and trucks that we're working on. You know that we have worked on the advanced clean truck regulation and adopted that. Advanced clean fleets, we're working on that now. We're going to go into a few of these regulations just briefly in a moment, but I did want to point that out. One of the first regulations we adopted for zero emission vehicles was on airport shuttle buses. Now, the reason that we looked at airport shuttle buses first, and in fact, transit buses as well, that's not included in this presentation at this point, but the reason we looked at those first is those vehicles run very set routes. They return to bases frequently. Their routes are not that long compared to something like an over-the-road semi. They were ideal vehicles to start electrifying. And that's one of the things that we often do is start with those vehicles that it makes the most sense, and that builds up more and more and more experience with the vehicles, more and more market, and eventually we get to things like what we'll talk about in a moment, our advanced clean fleet regulation. Another regulation that we've recently adopted, advanced clean trucks. Now that's a manufacturer-based regulation, and I'm not going into all of the numbers as far as timelines and percentages and so forth. You can find any of those out if you go to our website, especially something like our Truck Stop website. You can find where the regulations are. You can look at all of the deadlines and so forth. But we're not going to go into all that today. Just hit the high points. So the Advanced Clean Truck Regulation, as I mentioned, is a manufacturer-based regulation. It requires manufacturers to sell a certain percentage of zero-emission vehicles in the state of California, and that ramps up through 2035. Now, while it's true that ramps up through 2035, and I'll say this now, in the Advanced Clean Fleet Regulation that we're working on, we are also including in that a 100% sales requirement by 2040. So even though this regulation, Advanced Clean Trucks, stops at 2035 at 75% sales, we're actually pushing that even further. And I look at this when we talk to the about the Advanced Clean Fleet regulation, I look at those two regulations as kind of bookends. And what I mean by that is this provides the supply of trucks by requiring manufacturers to sell them. And as you'll see in a minute, Advanced Clean Fleets provides the demand for trucks. I don't want you to think that this is just California. It's not just California. It's by far from just being California. First of all, there are two things that are going on out there right now in the zero emission heavy duty vehicle world. One of them is a memorandum of understanding that was signed by a number of states. This says 15 states. I believe there's at least 16 or 17 now. Others have signed on. I just don't have that updated on here. That memorandum of understanding isn't binding per se, but it's basically an agreement between these states to start promoting zero emission medium and heavy duty vehicles. And many of the products, such as the work plan to do that, that were stated in this memorandum of understanding, many of those products have already been developed. So it's not like the states that signed this have just been sitting there. They've been working on it. Now, something that's maybe even more important, there are at least 5 other states as of this point, and I know of 2 others that have committed to do this, that have adopted our advanced clean truck regulation. So that sales requirement that we saw a moment ago in the last slide, again, has actually been adopted by a number of other states, Washington, Oregon, New Jersey. I don't remember the other 2 right off the top of my head, But overall, it represents about, right now, before the other couple, 3 states that have committed to adopting it actually do, right now it already represents about 20% of the truck sales in the United States. So again, this is not just California doing this. So I've said we're requiring manufacturers to start selling more and more vehicles, and we're going to start requiring that more vehicles be put into service. So, the question then is, well, what's out there? Are things available? And the answer is yes. And it's not only startups. I know that, there have been some concerns about some small companies, some startups, even though there are quite a few manufacturers that you may not be familiar with the name, but they're certainly far from startups. If you know BYD, that's one. Proterra, that's another. And I'm just throwing a couple out off the top of my head. There are a number of them out there that have manufactured trucks and have been doing it for a number of years. But now, as you'll see, I think in a moment on another slide, really the major manufacturers are getting involved as well. And again, I'll wait till that next slide to talk about that. But there is support, there is sales support, after sales support. As I said, the folks like Volvo and Daimler have made statements basically saying we know zero emission is the future and we're committed to that. Along with that, as this market has grown, as more and more manufacturers get into the market, what you're seeing is advancements in technology. The prices are coming down. Yes, they're still expensive. There are incentive funds out there. You can find some more presentations on that. But this market is starting to mature. And really, in anything under a Class 7, it's pretty mature. And Class 7s and 8s are getting more and more mature all the time, and more of them out there. This slide could be updated as well. We'd have to update it constantly, but it does give you a pretty good idea of all of the vehicles that are available out there. Everywhere from Class 2B and 3 vehicles, clear on up to Class 8s. Now, some of these Class 8s, you may see a stack on the truck. Reason being is those have actually been converted. They've been converted into zero-emission vehicles, which is another market out there, not just manufacturing new the vehicle, but converting the vehicle over to zero emission. But there are trucks of all shapes, sizes, and uses that are available out there. Just to give you again an idea, 2020, 93 trucks, 2023, 109, and I have actually been hearing even higher numbers than that. A lot of these slides were put together a few months back. We update them when we can, but that just gives you an idea of all of the vehicles that are out there. I said a moment ago, major manufacturers are getting involved, right? This gives an idea of what different manufacturers are in the market and what it is they're planning on introducing to the market and when they're planning on introducing it to the market. You can see Volvo, Peterbilt, Tesla, Hyundai. Hyundai is really big into fuel cell, by the way. Don't always just thinking that, this is about a battery. There's fuel cell vehicles as well. We've already have BYD, which I mentioned, Lion Electric. You may not know Lion. They've been around for a long time, though. I would not call them a startup. And you'll see Nikola here in a couple of years. They're working on both battery and fuel cell technology. So even in the heavies, there are more and more vehicles that are becoming available. And as I said, these aren't little, never heard of the manufacturers that are doing this. All right, I've mentioned a couple times the Advanced Clean Fleet regulation. Again, if you want information specific to the regulation, go to our truck stop website or just do a search for CARB ACF, Advanced Clean Fleets. It'll come up right away. I've done the search myself. It's the easy way for me to find it. I guarantee it'll come up. You can find out all the information that you could possibly want there. But the gist of it is that it's affecting basically 3 main groups of fleets out there. First group, these are what we call priority fleets. Priority, you'll see, it's a company that has $50 million or more in gross annual revenues, or 50 or more vehicles, right? We're starting with fleets that have a lot of vehicles, and in many cases, and again, if you looked at the schedule of the regulation, you would see how we start, and that we start with, like delivery vehicles and so forth. These are the vehicles that are running around in people's neighborhoods right now that are causing the greatest health impact in places where population is high. And so those types of factors are why we started with these priority fleets. Now, if a vehicle, if a single owner operator or a smaller fleet works exclusively for one of these larger companies, 50 vehicles or more, or $50 million or more in gross annual revenue, if they are under the direct operational control, and I'll let you look at the regulation to see the definition of that, but if they're under the direct operational control of that company, then they may be considered part of the larger company's fleet. And at some point, they may have to turn over to a zero emission vehicle too. But again, there's, it's much too complicated to go into in a quick presentation like this. We are having workshops all the time. Please, take a look at that Advanced Clean Fleets page and, see what information is there for you. Additionally, most of our regulations for heavier duty vehicles have usually stopped at about 14,000 pounds GVWR. Not all, some have dropped lower, but this regulation and the Advanced Clean Truck regulation drops to smaller vehicles, 8,500 pounds. That could even be like a dually to F-250 size. So it is regulating lighter medium duty vehicles as well. In post-implementation timeframe, we think that this will start rolling out in 2024 and move through the requirements through 2042. And as I said earlier, it's the bookend to the Advanced Clean Truck regulation. All right, that concludes my presentation, but here is, and I even have the link for the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation there. Here are some links to places you might find us useful to go to and get some information. CalSTART, all kinds of good information about the vehicles. They have their ZETI tool that you'll see here. It tells you what's available in various parts of the world. It'll tell you, you'll look at something, it won't include vehicles in North America that aren't available in North America. So it's a really good resource. Again, our websites are always good resources. HVIP, that talks about funding for these vehicles. I encourage you to take a look at these pages. So that concludes my presentation. We will have more events such as our virtual one-stops. We will also be having events aimed specifically at helping folks get into zero-emission vehicles. Look at our Truck Stop website, check there off and on, and you'll get all the information, hopefully, that you need. All right, thank you very much.
All right, next up we have Brandon Rose, Air Pollution Specialist, who will give us an introduction to zero-emission technologies for medium and heavy-duty vehicles. And he's going to provide some tips as to how you can start building your zero-emission fleet and meet your fueling and charging needs.
Hi, I'm Brandon Rose, longtime CARB truck and bus staff. Today I'm going to talk about new technology vehicles and how to bring them into your fleet operations. Here's an overview slide. First, I'm going to explain a bit about battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. I will then briefly discuss the types of chargers and resources to find stations. Then I'll discuss the benefits of the vehicles and some of the drawbacks to consider. Next, we will switch over to more of a project planning discussion, and we'll think about fleet needs and who to partner with as you build a team. Then we'll talk about where to find vehicle information and what site and infrastructure considerations are needed. And finally, we'll talk about realistic timeframes and costs. So what is a battery electric vehicle? A battery electric vehicle, or BEV, runs on electricity, so they have zero tailpipe emissions. The vehicle uses batteries as the sole source of power for vehicle movement. BEVs use an electric motor instead of an engine and a battery pack instead of a fuel tank, so they must be plugged in to recharge regularly. The vehicles are very efficient, and a term that is often used is miles per gallon equivalent, or MPGE. This allows us to compare fuel efficiency between conventional vehicles and electric. Another common term that is used is miles per kilowatt hour. A kilowatt hour, or kWh, is what you're used to seeing on your electric bill. That is, it is the volume of electricity over time. Most trucks can drive about 1.5 to 2 miles per kilowatt hour, with cars, of course, going further per kWh. This is important because battery packs are rated for certain kilowatt hour capacities. Here's a simple diagram of how a battery electric powertrain works. A charger and charge controller feeds electricity into the battery pack. Remember that the power grid and the electric motor run on alternating current, or AC power, while the batteries run on direct current, or DC power. So there's an onboard inverter that automatically changes the electricity to whatever is needed. The battery management system controls all of this. The motor then mechanically drives the powertrain and wheels. Sometimes the motors are integrated directly into each hub, or the batteries can be on the side or between the frame rails. Let's jump to the next slide. Here's a picture, example battery electric powertrain for you. This one happens to be from Motive, and you can see the equipment at the front of the vehicle and the battery boxes at the back between the wheels. The chassis can take any different number of body types and configurations. Okay, so slide 5. Let's talk a little bit about charging and chargers. It can be a bit complex, so I'm going to try to give a high-level overview, but don't worry if you don't catch it all. As I mentioned before, the battery electric vehicles will need to be plugged in to charge regularly. The amount of time it takes to charge depends primarily on two things: the power output of the charging station and the vehicle's ability to take a charge. Remember that the vehicles have complex onboard chargers that communicate with the station and self-regulate charging speed based on a number of factors like temperature, battery capacity, battery chemistry, and station output. Basically, the higher the station's output, the faster the charging. A common term you will see is miles of range added per 10 minutes, or sometimes miles of range added per hour of charging. So you don't have to worry about doing the math or figuring out the technical details. Okay, next on this slide, I want to give you a quick overview of the different types of charging stations and charge connectors. So there are 3 basic types of charging stations: level 1, level 2, and then DC fast charging, or DCFC. Sometimes these are called level 3 chargers, but that's technically not correct. And sometimes you'll see something called an MCS, like a megawatt charging system, or XFC for extreme fast charging. So let me go ahead. Level 1 is the lowest power output and uses a regular household 120 volt socket. These are uncommon in the commercial space since they're very slow. The next step up is a level 2 charger. That uses a 240 volt socket. Think like a clothes dryer or oven. It caps out just under 20 kilowatts. It can deliver up to 20 kilowatt hours per hour and will basically vary based on the amperage of the actual socket. So if you have a 100 kilowatt hour battery, it would take about 5 hours to charge, right? 100 divided by 20 is equal to 5 hours. So that's great if you have like an overnight or maybe a depot option where the vehicle is sitting and has dwell time. And just sort of a quick aside for those interested in the math, remember that wattage is equal to volts times amps. So 240 volts times 80 amps is equal to 19.2 kilowatts, or about 20 kilowatts in the example. There are other things to consider in the electrical code, like continuous power draw requirements, but that's outside today's discussion. First 2 charger levels are both for AC power from the grid, but the batteries work with DC power, as I mentioned, so the vehicle changes it on board. For DC fast chargers, the station puts out direct current, so no conversion is needed. right? And the batteries can charge directly much, much faster, potentially up to about 350 kW today. There's also work on the extreme fast charging system, right? And that's in the megawatt range, or over 1,000 kilowatts. That would potentially let a semi-truck charge in under 30 minutes. Okay, so I've talked about those two pieces. I also want to talk about some other variables that go into charging, right? And here on the right are the different connector types, i.e. the plugs that you need to be aware of. So here are the three most common plugs, right? These connector standards are actually pretty complicated, and there's several other versions that are used in other parts of the world, but I'm keeping this really focused to just North America. Here on the top, you see the SAE J1772 or J connector, which is common for level 1 and level 2 chargers. Think the 20 kilowatt max. In the middle there is the combined charging system, or CCS type 1 connector that combines the J connector with a DC fast charging prong on the bottom. This is most common today and rated up to about 350 kW. Next at the bottom, you see the SAE 3068 connector. It was more recently developed with commercial charging in mind, but is less common today. I'll reference some of this information later in the presentation, but the main takeaway of all this is that there's three types of charging stations with different outputs, and they're the main plug types. Let me jump to the next slide. So here, next, what is a fuel cell vehicle? A fuel cell vehicle is an electric vehicle that uses a fuel cell to generate electricity for the batteries and motor. Pure hydrogen undergoes a chemical reaction with a catalyst to produce electricity, with water as the byproduct. This technology generally requires the same basic components as a battery electric vehicle, but with the addition of a hydrogen fuel cell stack and large composite-wrapped hydrogen storage tanks. The vehicle also contains some batteries to help with short-term power demands, but fewer than a pure electric truck. Fuel cell electric vehicles also have zero tailpipe emissions and are actually 2 to 4 times more efficient than a diesel engine. They can have a range similar to a conventional vehicle and can potentially refuel in about the same amount of time, so there's no downtime. This image on the bottom right, here it's demonstrating a hydrogen-powered truck tractor. All of the components are highlighted, including the fuel cell stack under the hood, the hydrogen storage tanks, the battery pack, and the plug behind the cab. Also note that fuel cell vehicles use kilograms to indicate the amount of storage on board, and that's also what hydrogen stations dispense. A kilogram of hydrogen is roughly equal to a gallon of diesel. Let's take a picture on the next slide. Here's an example of a fuel cell platform. You can see development today becoming more and more integrated. This one's a flexible skateboard type chassis that can be finished into any number of different vehicles. There's also a lot of work going on in the semi-truck area with major announcement recently. Right. So the next slide is where to fuel. Wanted to give you some ideas about where you can plug in and where you can fuel. The federal government runs a great website called the Advanced Fuels Data Center, where you can look up station locations. Here are a couple of screenshots showing the locations for chargers and hydrogen stations statewide. Many of these locations are oriented for light duty use, but there are plans in place to greatly expand fueling locations over the next few years for heavy duty vehicles. These screenshots are from midsummer of 2020, so the numbers may have changed a little bit. Just be aware, you can always jump on the website there and see the absolute latest. All right, so let's jump to slide 9. I know that all the terms I'm using today, they're very different than what we're all used to seeing in the transportation and trucking industry, right? Like MPG or horsepowers. But I want to point out that while the vehicle components have different names, they actually perform very similar tasks that we're all used to. For example, a fuel cell generates power, which is the same as a diesel engine. A battery pack or hydrogen storage tank, right, it stores energy just like the fuel tank does, except we use kWh instead of gallons or potentially kilograms for hydrogen. The electric drivetrain is the same as the powertrain and transmission. It drives the vehicle forward. And last, the battery management system, often called the BMS, among many things it does, controls the battery temperature similar to how a radiator controls engine temperature. Right, so let's jump to the next slide and talk a little bit about battery electric and fuel cell benefits. Right, here's listed some of the benefits of battery electric and fuel cell vehicles. First, of course, is its zero emissions, which is CARB we really like. It's good for everyone. Then there's higher fuel efficiency because electric motor is more efficient than diesel, especially in urban cycles where the frequent starting and stopping allows the regenerative braking system to recapture more energy. Next, we have low-cost fuel with LCFS credits. We'll talk more about these credits later, but the important takeaway is that the fuel can be extremely low cost or even free. Less maintenance is also required since there are no regular oil changes and brakes last a lot longer. Next, the powertrain is responsive and drivers find them fun to drive because the electric motor provides instant torque, which is also potentially safer for things like merging on the freeway. There's also no idling emissions or vibrations, right? So it's more comfortable for the drivers. And we hear just generally that the drivers like to drive these vehicles. Last thing is the battery and the vehicle costs, they're declining. Since 2010, battery costs have actually dropped about 90%. We continue to see battery improvements and more capacity being added to vehicles. And here at the bottom, I just put a couple of pictures of different vehicles. Okay, let's keep going. So some purchase considerations, some things that you really want to consider when you're looking at these vehicles. Right. One is there's higher upfront costs, but lower total cost to own. I have a slide on costs a little bit later, but just be aware of that. You know, the capital expenditure up front is definitely higher. Next is the current generation of battery electric trucks or BEVs, right? They're really ideal for garaging at a central hub, or they have lower daily mileage to facilitate charging. But this is changing as we see the newer vehicles come out. They have longer ranges, faster charging, so not nearly as much of an issue. The infrastructure for charging and filling, it's definitely still growing, right? And electricity use needs management to ensure that your bills are reasonable, right? You don't want to plug in your vehicle, spike your commercial demand charge, and get a big bill. So it's something you just want to keep in mind. There's a lot of strategies to minimize that. And there's definitely some new rates as well that you can sign up for that also eliminate those charges completely. So today, battery electric vehicles, they generally offer more vehicle choices, but have variable range and cargo capacities, while fuel cell vehicles are lighter, have longer ranges, and potentially fuel faster. But station vehicle choices are limited today versus electricity. And for heavy-duty vehicles, there are a number of successful pilots and deployments, with vehicles entering production. Let's jump to the next slide. Okay, so that was an overview of the basic vehicles and the technology. The second half of the presentation is going to give you a primer about how to actually buy and get these vehicles into your fleet. Okay, first, I'm going to be upfront with you. Going electric requires some pre-planning, right? But if you ask many of these questions up front, you can streamline the process, save money, and avoid some headaches along the way. A lot of this next section is built on the lessons learned from all the various demos and pilot projects. Others have learned this the hard way, so you don't have to. Okay, so here are some initial questions you want to ask up front, right? Here's one. How far do you typically drive, right? Are you doing local deliveries and trips? maybe 50 to 150 miles a day, or are you driving over the road longer distances like regional work, right? And next, where and when do you have vehicle downtime? Is the vehicle coming back to a depot after a day shift, so you have all night long to charge, or does it get right back on the road with the next shift, right? This helps indicate what type of charging infrastructure you will need. There are some other things to think about. We'll go through these in more detail later, but just sort of briefly, what are the deployment lead times? Are they months or longer, like years? Do you need facility upgrades to get enough power to charge? Can you anticipate adding more vehicles in the future? Basically, future-proofing charging needs while doing today's work. And last, have you checked out your utility's website and engaged with them, which is vitally important, and we'll keep coming back to that. Slide. So let's talk a little bit about fleet needs. Here's a list of some other questions to consider. Okay, so the first one, what are the fleet deployment goals? Right? Are you trying to meet some type of corporate sustainability goal, some ESG goal? Maybe you recognize this new technology is on the way and you're looking to do a demonstration to start figuring it all out early, so you're ready for the future, especially when there's funding available. Next, what is the timing? Is your fleet growing in the next few years? Maybe you have truck and bus replacements due for 2023. Other questions here, like what are the operational goals? This leads to some really detailed planning, like, okay, how am I really going to integrate these vehicles into my operations and dispatch, right? How do I make sure the vehicle is charged each day and the right choice for the day's route, right? Next, are the drivers and staff minimally trained on the vehicles, right? Does the maintenance staff have some basic troubleshooting training? Being able to swap out a basic fuse can be the difference between a quick fix and a vehicle stuck in the shop waiting for a manufacturer's mechanic. I want to say a lot of community colleges are also gearing up and leveraging their existing diesel workforce programs for these new technologies. So they're a great resource to tap locally. Okay, and then finally, one thing we found is the early demonstration fleets, they're adding a lot more vehicles after the fact, right? They're having success and they're buying more. We'll go through some specific fleet examples later, but it's important to realize that a fleet of a few trucks now might grow a lot faster than you think. So a little pre-planning can save a lot of money when it's time to expand, right? We all know that trenching in your truck yard is expensive, but adding extra conduit is really cheap. So you want to make sure you install plenty while everything is dug up, right? Remember, it's pre-planning. Let's jump to the next slide. So defining your team. So building a cross-functional team is really critical to success. You know you're going to run into challenges and roadblocks, and having a dedicated team with buy-in will help you overcome this. Some common team participants include the fleet manager, the senior executive or owner, the electric utility, the dealer or vehicle manufacturer, the consultant, maybe incentive program staff, and others, right? Another great tip is to look for internal champions at your organization. Maybe you have someone who is interested in the technology, right, or willing to learn new things. You know, you can tap them and educate them and support them, and they can help push these projects along to success. So next, I want to talk a little bit about the importance of a strong electric utility partnership, since they're both your fuel provider and a source for incentives. One rule of thumb that I want to stress is to contact the utility early. Talking to their staff at the onset of the planning process is really, really critical. They can help you to identify and understand potential build-out requirements, cost and development timelines, rates and charges, and help with incentives, right? Be sure to check out their websites. A couple other utility considerations. first, evaluate the existing infrastructure. Ask, how much power does a facility have and will it meet your needs? The electric grid can vary from location to location. Sometimes bringing in power can be easy and other times it can be hard. Next, when will vehicles charge and do you need to share plugs? You can calculate peak demand by adding up all the vehicles that charge at once. Having a lot can lead to higher costs than necessary. So there's a bunch of options to help manage it. It can be as simple as adding a timer that goes on at a certain time, or a complex integrated software system, right, that manages your fleet and charging and has all the inputs in there. Then finally, sometimes it makes sense to couple a project with a solar or battery storage system to offset energy use and demand. A lot to think about. The utility can help. Next, let's talk a little bit about how to find a vehicle. You really need to answer some basic questions up front, like how many miles are driven each day, and what is the vehicle used for, like weight, size, body type, right? All those considerations. A lot of the traditional manufacturers have zero-emission models and more on the way, so you can always check with your regular dealership to start. I suggest modeling typical routes a vehicle will be used on to estimate energy consumption. Most manufacturers will do this for you, but there are easy to use free calculators online as well. Right? You literally can put in the start, put in the locations it stops at, put in the endpoint, and it will calculate the electricity demand for you. This ensures that there's enough range each day to do the work. Also, make sure to discuss delivery timing with the manufacturer so you can fit it into your plan. Right? You don't want to have your trucks arrive and your chargers months away from being installed, or vice versa. So there's some great resources out there to help identify potential vehicles based on body type. The Hybrid Voucher Incentive Program website, or HVIP, has been updated to include a lot of basic vehicle information. There's also the Zero-Emission Technology tool, or ZETI, that lets you identify specific vehicles. There are vehicle guides with similar information. I've included here a link to San Diego gas and electric version that I like. These tools let you identify some potential manufacturers that you can talk to and follow up with and see what might work for you. Let's take a couple of pictures of the various website screenshots. All right, so here is part of the HVIP, the HVIP website. This one is specifically for the vehicles, and it's a great resource. When you click on each of the specific body types, you'll get a list of the available vehicles by company, and many of them have a spec sheet included. So I really like this website. It's changed a lot over the years and is really functional and useful for everyone. So this is the HVIP. Next, on the next slide, let's look at the ZETI tool. Right, CalStart, and you can see CalStart actually administers both of these websites, so the data should overlap a bit. But I like this one because it's not necessarily California specific. And you can see on the very top here, you can select by body type. On the left is a map of the world, so you can select by region. And then on the right are all the different vehicle manufacturers. And you can see there's a lot of them to choose from. At the very bottom is the expected delivery date, so you can see what we're anticipating show up, available for purchase in the near future. Okay, so that's the ZETI website, globaldrivetozero.org. All right, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about infrastructure now, because it's a really important aspect for your success, right? The infrastructure can be hard because everybody's needs are going to vary based on your specific situation, right? It might depend on your fleet size, your operations. Maybe you're one of the big guys with thousands of vehicles, or you're just an owner-operator with one, right? How you operate, like parking at a depot or somewhere else, will dictate where you're going to access the grid and what hydrogen stations are potentially nearby. It also indicates how much power you'll need, which then dictates the technology vehicles and stations required, right? Remember the 3 levels of stations. Charge a lot of vehicles at once, the utility may have some limits based on the specific location in the neighborhood distribution grid. Also, some of the on-site factors can cause costs to vary greatly. For example, the need for a large new transformer can be expensive, as well as trenching, laying conduit, station installation, and charge management systems. There's a number of utility programs to offset these costs. So here are some questions to consider. 1, where am I going to physically charge compared to where the electrical service enters the property? Is the panel near the trucks or totally opposite? How does this fit into your site use patterns? Are the vehicles coming and going in one area? Maybe you can move them closer to the electricity service and the chargers. Every situation is a bit different. Next, what are the electric vehicle supply equipment, the EVSE options? Do you need advanced software charging management, or will a simple timer work? All right, you want to talk to charger companies and providers. Then finally on here, permitting. The local building department, also called the authority having jurisdiction, may have their own way of doing things or interpreting code. What is their process and timeline? How much service will they provide? There's work being done to streamline the process, but it's always something to be aware of. All right, next slide on to timing. Let's talk a little bit about timing. The one thing that we've heard over and over again in these demos and pilots is to allow plenty of time for a project to come together. Remember to include the time it will take to plan, develop, and deploy your electric charging infrastructure, plus getting the vehicles delivered. Full deployment can take months or longer, depending what's needed. The amount of required infrastructure may vary with the fleet size. A couple of vehicles may not need many, if any, facility upgrades, while major expansions may need extensive facility rework and flexibility. So here is a just very general timeline based on deployment best practices. Planning and permitting, 3 to 12 months. Electric upgrades and construction, 6 to 48 months. I want to say the 48 months would be the case if you needed a whole new substation required, which would be the extreme case, but it's a good example of why to talk to your utility early. Next is the deployment and vehicle integration, 1 to 3 months. So when you add all these up, you can see it can easily take 6 to 18 months from today to drivers actually on the ground in the vehicles running. I also add on here some other timing questions to consider. Like, how does your organization contract or budget? Do you need to write specifications and put out a solicitation for bids, like a government agency? Or can you be less formal and just get quotes? Also, do you need to get into an internal budget cycle where it takes years to get approval? So you go out, find vehicles, and put together enough of a plan to even get in a budget request, right? That can take some time to do. So I think one of the most important things I've heard from talking with everyone is to be realistic with your timing. All right, let's do another slide, move over. Let's talk a little bit about costs. Let's start to wrap things up a bit. Here is a cost comparison of a 2024 Class 5 delivery van. And this is for diesel fuel versus battery electric versus hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. Over 12 years, operating 26,000 miles per year. And you can see here that the total cost of ownership for electric is predicted to be lower than conventional diesel fuel. We've been doing more analysis to support the electric truck rulemaking, and what we find is that even in situations where all the power is coming from a high-cost retail station, that going electric is no higher in cost than a conventional vehicle. And here, I won't go through all these details in depth. You can read them here on the chart. But here's a couple of the main examples at the bottom. A predictable route, depot charging 15 cents per kWh, efficiency 13.8 miles per gallon, 1.3 miles per kilowatt hour for electric, maintenance of 31 cents per mile for the conventional and 23 cents per mile for the electric, and an LCFS credit value of 17 cents. You can see it all together. For diesel, 274,462. The battery electric, 202,631. And the fuel cell, $334,245 are the costs we have. The next slide. So really, one of the main takeaways is that the total cost of ownership over time can be the same, or in many cases actually lower. Since the upfront vehicle costs are higher today, you want to consider how to finance the infrastructure and vehicles. This slide lists some resources available to help finance the infrastructure and vehicles. We also have an incentive presentation that will go through some of these in more detail later on. For infrastructure and chargers, there's the Cal E-VIP program and Energize programs. There's also utility make-ready programs and loan programs as well. The Low Carbon Fuel Standard, or LCFS, provides an incentive for fueling with alternative fuels. Right? You want to make sure you add it to your list of questions to check on because it can potentially offset all of your fuel costs. Right? And then finally, I think it's important to be realistic and have a plan. What is your credit like? Can you get into a loan? What do the interest rates look like? Right? These are definitely things that you want to think about early on. Right. So let's wrap things up. That's everything I have today. I put together here just a project planning sort of quick guide summary for you to try to lay out the steps of how to go electric. Let me just run through them. Right. Step one is to do an initial investigation and start building your team. Right. Remember to engage the utility right away and be aware of incentives. Step two is to identify potential vehicles that will work for you. New equipment is constantly entering the market, right? Also, you want to perform a quick yard and charging analysis to get an idea of how much power you might need and where charging is possible on site. Next step, step three, includes planning for operations and deployment and thinking about phasing in both the short run and the long term, right? Keep an eye on the rebate requirements as well. Next, step four is to complete formal engineering design and cost estimates. This prepares you for permitting. And I know some companies hire an architectural engineering firm to do this work for them. Step five is the actual physical infrastructure build out and construction, right? Charger installation and everything else. Step six, I suggest that you match truck delivery with charger sign off and final approval as much as possible. Ideally, you want to have both the truck and the station ready at about the same time. Then step seven is to ensure you have driver and maintenance staff training, as well as ongoing education and support. Okay, so those are my sort of 7 steps to success. So with that, that's really is a brief rundown of how to go electric. Right, the zero emission vehicles are clearly on the way. The technology is going to keep improving. The battery costs are going to keep dropping. The range is going to increase, and there's going to be more and more vehicle availability. We're still really early on, but I hope this overview gives you a better understanding of how to go electric, what to think about, what questions to ask, and some starting resources for you. I think the hardest part is that every situation is going to be a little different depending on the business, the vehicles, and operations. It's going to take some time, but with a little persistence and a good can-do attitude, you can help pave the way to a cleaner future. So thank you very much.
Okay, so we are gonna jump right in. Our next presentation, we have Randy Opfer back. He's gonna tell us about the newly approved heavy-duty inspection and maintenance program. Take it away, Randy.
All right, let's see. Tommy, did you give me control over the presentation? There it goes. Give me a couple seconds. Let it come in. While I'm waiting for that to take place, let me go over a little bit about what this is. So earlier in the morning today, I talked about the periodic smoke inspection, or PSIP program. And I also mentioned the fact that it was going to be eventually replaced by another type of program that would be a little bit more, difficult's not the right word, a little bit more onerous as far as what the requirements were going to be. So the program that I was referencing then is the one that I'm talking about here right now. Let's see here. Come on. All right. So back in 2019, Senator Leyva passed a bill, Senate Bill 210, and it required the Air Resources Board to work with the Bureau of Automotive Repair and the Department of Motor Vehicles, as well as a few other agencies, to develop something called a heavy duty inspection and maintenance program. Now that phrase, heavy duty, that phrase inspection and maintenance program is actually one you may be familiar with already, because that is the terminology that is used when describing the smog check program that we currently have in this state for passenger vehicles. In this case, it was to be applied, that same type of program was to be applied to heavy duty vehicles. And that is something that has not existed in the past. I'm going to be going over some brief elements of that program, driver and owner responsibilities, what the testing requirements are depending on the vehicle that you have, some of the enforcement mechanisms that we're using, some compliance assistance concepts, and the proposed implementation phase-in. I use that word proposed on purpose because this is still technically not a regulation. It was adopted by our board in December of 2021, sorry. However, it takes a fair amount of time to go from that adoption to an actual regulation. So even though this has been adopted by the Air Resources Board and is likely to be the replacement, and the timelines that I'm going to show you are likely to be the ones that happen, it is still being looked at and finalized. Senate bill, as I said, directed CARB to implement this program, and we are partnering with several other state agencies. The idea was to create this inspection and maintenance program where we were going to target vehicles with high emissions. We call these high emitters, obviously. It's going to cover all vehicles that operate in the state of California. That is something that's different than the periodic smoke inspection program. That program, if you remember from this morning's discussion, dealt only with those fleets that had 2 or more California registered vehicles. This program is much broader. It actually covers any vehicle that is operating in the state of California. That would be out-of-state based vehicles, anybody that has a truck that's operating in our state. It does allow for onboard diagnostic system checks to identify these broken emission systems. That's what the check engine light is. And the objectives were to make sure that these vehicles would maintain the lower emissions that they were certified to throughout the vehicle's life. It also is identifying equipment that is not working properly and hoping to ensure those controls continue to work properly. All right. So the heavy duty vehicles that are part of this program, that this program applies to, are any non-gasoline vehicles with a gross waste, I guess after lunch I can't talk, with a gross vehicle weight rating of more than 14,000 pounds. I know you've heard that phrase before. That 14,000 pound number is the differentiation point between medium duty or light duty vehicles and heavy duty vehicles. So again, this covers those non-gasoline vehicles that are over 14,000 pounds that are in state. And it even, as I said a minute ago, includes those that are not based here. There are requirements for both the owners and operators. And one thing I wanted to mention related to the gross weight, actually, no, the non-gasoline portion of this, was that phraseology is used specifically so that it can include everything other than the gasoline trucks. So yes, this program technically applies to even those vehicles running on other fuels besides diesel. There are limitations, limited exemptions, as with the periodic smoke inspection program. That program did not have any real exemptions. When it was put in, there was nothing that was exempted. For this HDI&M program, there will be some limited exemptions. Some of those might be, well, obviously zero emission trucks are not going to have a problem. And then some other standard type exemptions like emergency vehicles or tactical military vehicles. Here are some of the elements of this heavy duty inspection and maintenance program. So for the driver or the vehicle owner, they're required to report their initial vehicle information into a database that is going to be available the database is actually supposed to be available starting this year, sometime mid-year, but the requirement to actually report won't take place until sometime in 2023. The expectation is that it will be January of 2023. The Department of Motor Vehicles and the IRP plan, that's the International Registration Plan vehicle data, will be used to make sure this reporting program is minimized as far as the burden is concerned. You'll need to update the information as necessary, use the reporting system to pay annual compliance fees, and obtain a compliance certificate for each vehicle. That compliance certificate is going to be incredibly important. I will talk about that a little bit later, but for purposes of the discussion right now, you need to understand that certificate is only available if you have reported and you have done the testing that's required. And that certificate is going to be required to be kept with the vehicle that the certificate is for. Repairs for any malfunction indicator lights or mill lights are going to have to be done in a timely manner. And there will be issues when vehicles go over the opacity limits that were set in the regulation. For the driver, it's mainly about allowing inspections along roadsides and showing that compliance certificate when they're asked. You have to show documentation about who hired you and where you came from. And that has to be kept with the vehicle, and allow inspectors to perform these OBD or smoke opacity compliance testing whenever you go into an area where an inspection is being performed. The testing requirements are going to be a little bit more stringent than what was under the periodic smoke inspection program. If you have a 2013 or newer model year engine, now, if you remember, if you were here this morning, I used the phrase OBD, or onboard diagnostics. That is the computer system that is on most newer engines, and it monitors all the emission control related equipment that is part of most vehicles today. With the 2013 and newer model year engines on the heavy duty side, OBD started with that particular model year. So if you have one that is 2013 model year or newer, the engine, you'll be required to submit an OBD test twice per year. If you do not have an OBD equipped vehicle, those would be the ones that are older than the 2013 model year engines, then we're still sticking with the opacity test that was performed for the periodic smoke inspection program. The kicker is twofold. One, it's going to have to be done twice a year instead of once per year. And there's an accompanying visual/functional inspection that is part of the overall test. If you're familiar with going to a smog shop to have your regular vehicle inspected, you know that the inspector takes a clipboard around and marks off certain things that they're looking at on your engine. That's the visual/functionals test. They're looking to see that equipment that the vehicle was built with is still in place, connected, and appears to be untampered. That's going to be part of this new test as well. So testing options. If you have an OBD vehicle or an OBD equipped vehicle, There are several different choices that we're looking at as far as making this test as easy as we possibly can. There will be CARB certified telematics service providers, which basically means that you have a continuously connected device on the vehicle, and it will transmit that information to these service providers whenever you're in range or whenever there is a, excuse me, whenever you get to where one of these service providers has an uplink. We're also working on a training program, a certification program to train new heavy-duty I&M testers. These will be people who can who take this test and learn about the program, learn how the inspections are done. They will create an account with the reporting system, and then once the inspection is performed, they will upload the information, pass or fail, into the reporting system for you. There are a few other possible options that we're looking at. We're still fleshing this out as to whether or not it can happen. But one of the thoughts and options that we're looking at heavily is to provide kiosks at a variety of locations throughout California, places like rest areas or truck stops or public areas where these kiosks can be placed. And the kiosk will have a little device that looks like a flash drive. The word for it is dongle. It's kind of a weird word. I know some of you may have heard that before, but that particular piece of equipment plugs into the OBD sensor plug that usually exists underneath the driver's steering column. You plug that in, you drive for a given period of time, and then the next time you stop at where one of these kiosks are located, you simply put the dongle back in the kiosk, and that will transmit the information to the database for you. For non-OBD vehicles, as I was suggesting before, it's still going to be the same test that we're performing under the PSIP program right now. This is an opacity test. It has a very specific name. It's called the SAE, which is short for the Society of Automotive Engineers, and the number of the test is J1667. You may have also heard this called the smoke test, or a snap test, or a SAP acceleration test. There's a number of different monikers that it goes by. It does allow you to test, it's only for diesel vehicles, and there are opacity limits for off-road and on-road engines. However, we're talking here about just using it for the on-road diesel engines. This test is not functional for anything other than diesel, so the alternative fuel vehicles are excluded from this test. Emissions control inspection, that is going to have to be done by someone in person. It'll be a visual functional inspection, as I said just a few moments ago, looking for the components, the emission control components, and to check for tampering. If you're having this testing done, it should be performed by somebody who has successfully completed the CARB training course that I talked about. So for example, if you're doing it yourself, you want to do it for your own vehicle, that's fine. There's nothing in this regulation that stipulates that can't happen. You would have to go through the approved training course and become a certified tester at that point. There's some enhanced enforcement mechanisms that we're using for this, and it's mainly two things. We're working, one, using a roadside emission monitoring system. This is you may have seen something like this where you have an eye in the sky kind of thing, where there will be emission testers set up in a variety of locations deployed throughout the state. It's emissions monitoring equipment, and they aim at the tailpipes or the stacks for these trucks. They get an instantaneous read of the emissions coming from those stacks. There will be a network of these to screen for high emitting vehicles, and then enough information that there will usually be a camera associated with these. And as the emissions are measured, if a level is considered high for that truck, a picture will be taken of information on the truck so that it can be identified. We're actually doing this right now. We have these set up throughout the state, and we're looking at high emitter vehicles that are in our state. The automated license plate recognition camera network will be part of this. The idea here is to capture the license plate numbers and the fleet information. We're going to be able to cross-check that with the database that's under construction and the California Department of Motor Vehicles. It will help identify vehicles that are here in the state of California that don't have valid compliance certificates. This program also comes with special requirements for freight hubs. So freight hubs would be a port or a rail yard, an intermodal rail yard. These are where trucks are often going in and out of to collect containers. And the program as it stands now, as it was adopted, requires these locations to annually report if they have vehicles that are coming in non-compliant and not allowing them to operate on their property in some cases. So we're in discussions with the ports and rail yards that operate vehicles like this in the state of California to make sure this is something that is as seamless as it can be. We will also be doing some field enforcement. Now, our office already has an enforcement division. We already do field enforcement. We have operators that come from the Southern California region as well as from the Northern California region. Whenever we do go out to do our inspections, we have truck stops that are set up on roadsides. We work with the CHP. They're the ones that have the authority to stop vehicles that are on our roads. Once the vehicles are stopped and brought into where our inspection lanes are, we have full authority under the Health and Safety Code to do our inspections. As far as the HDI&M program is concerned, we'll be looking for compliance with our other regulations, but in particular, we'll be looking for illuminated mill lights. Now, just a little while ago, I mentioned the mill light. That stands for malfunction indicator light. It's the yellow engine light that comes on when you have a problem with your emissions. Some of you may not be aware of that. I mean, you probably know what a check engine light is, but there are several different lights that can come on your dash. If a yellow check engine light comes on, there is a large percentage of the time that represents a malfunction with the emission control system. If you have a red indicator light, engine light come on, that's something more detrimental to the actual function of the engine typically. Our officers will check for that. They will also verify that there is a valid compliance certificate. And as a screening tool, they will be looking for visible smoke. If I had to pick one thing that our inspectors would stop a vehicle or have a vehicle stopped for, it's putting out smoke. That is an indication at this point in time, especially with the advent of diesel particulate filters, that's an indication that there's something wrong with the emission control systems of that truck. Any truck that has a working DPF should not have visible smoke coming from it at all. The compliance certificate is going to look much like the one you see from the truck and bus truckers reporting system. It is going to have to be renewed every time the test is required. It can be done or carried digitally or in paper form. The way you get these is to be in the reporting system, to be in good standing with the requirements for periodic testing, and not have any other enforcement issues, like, for example, being caught on one of the high emitter screening points, and then the annual compliance fee associated with this program. In the end, the DMV registration is I guess the last point of compliance that we would use. And that would work for both California registered vehicles or the IRP registered vehicles, where if we find somebody that's non-compliant and they don't respond to our requests for information, we can block their registration. This is very similar to what happened with the advent of the SB1 legislation that I talked about this morning as well, where we were using that to maintain compliance with the truck and bus regulation. Some compliance assistance that we're looking at, possible assistance concepts. We're looking at options to assist with small fleets. In this regulation, the small fleet would be considered 3 or fewer, giving help in this HDINM program and repairing their vehicles. There are some potential other concepts that have been thrown out there. We're still mulling these over and talking with industry about whether or not these would be useful. And that's extensions for unavoidable delays, truck purchase extensions, and compliance extensions approved by referees. Now, when I say the term referee, I'm not talking about a football referee. I'm talking about a very special type of smog check station where these stations have operators who are much more highly trained on the workings and the regulations regarding emissions control and smog inspections. They also have a different level of authority with the software that they use so that they can pass trucks that might have alterations to them and still be able to check the emissions. There is an extensive referee program already in place in the state of California for the traditional smog check program for passenger vehicles. This is the last slide, I believe, for this presentation, and I wanted to give you a heads up on what the implementation is for this rule. I've already gone over a little bit of this, but this puts it all in one place. The first phase begins January of 2023. That's a little bit less than a year from now. We'll be full on doing the high emitter vehicle screening, and the vehicle owners will be able to establish accounts in the database. Now, they have to be established by July of that year. Second phase begins July of that year. We're going to be doing enforcement of the compliance certificate requirements, and it's possible to have DMV registration holds for the California registered vehicles to start with. The third phase is going to begin at the beginning of 2024, where that periodic testing starts. So that's the HDINM program as it stands right now. I believe that most of these things that I've talked about are going to be what actually happens, but that's what it is. Do we have any questions at this point?
We do.
Okay.
Let me run through some of these for you. First one, will municipalities be part of the new program or are they exempt?
There is no exemption for municipalities. Government vehicles are included in the inspection program.
Okay, perfect. We had a question. The specific question here is, does MS 529 certification, will it be valid for this INM program?
That is an extremely good question. That's somebody who is already doing testing under the current PSIP program. And the answer is no. The MS 529 does not encompass all the requirements for the new training program. The elements that are in that will be incorporated into the new training program, but there are enough differences between the regulatory requirements that there will be additional modules associated with the new training course. All of the training modules in MS 529 that deal with the actual PSIP SNAP tests are exactly the same for this program, but it will not suffice. There will be a new course.
Perfect. Okay, so there'll be a new course. I think we've had several questions like that. Another question that I've had a couple of, what is considered timely repair of the check engine lamp MIL?
Yeah, that's a good question too, because right now what's written in the rule is a 60-day window. Let's say you're testing, if you have to test twice per year, you'll have 30 days on either side of the date that you had it tested before in order to fix that problem. So it's a 60-day window around the test date.
We have one here. You mentioned 2 annual tests required. Does this mean an opacity or OBD test every 6 months? Are both required in a calendar year or from date of registration or something else?
Yeah, so that's a very good question as well. If you have a vehicle that has an OBD equipped engine, again, that would be your 2013 and newer model year engine vehicles. It's an OBD download twice per year. If you have a vehicle that is not equipped with OBD sensors, then it's going to be the opacity test twice per year. And when you have to do it is going to be based upon your registration date. So that date's not going to change. Whatever your current registration date is, will be the same. Your testing requirements will be 30 days on either side of that registration date. So yeah, that's what it is.
Perfect. We have a question asking, do we know what the fee will be?
Yeah, it was limited in the regulation to, I think, no more than $30. I'd have to double check that, but my recollection is that that was the cap that was set within the regulation.
Perfect. And then have one more of, will low use vehicles be allowed to remain in our fleet with this new program? So I guess is there an exemption for low use?
In the way it stands right now, there is no exemption for low use vehicles. Just to put it, on the same, I guess, plane as the PSIP program. Low use vehicles, when you use that terminology, you're talking about truck and bus requirements, and that's a mileage limitation. It's a completely separate rule when you talk about this one or the existing PSIP program. And the PSIP program and this do not have exemptions for low use.
Then a question, just reviewing the timelines again, when is the OBD submitting going to start?
OBD submission will start, let's see, we're looking at, I believe, July of 2023. Let me think about that for a second. Third phase, no, I'm sorry. That's when you're supposed to create your account. You have to create it by starting July of 2023. The actual submission starts January 1st of 2024.
Okay. Perfect. Those are, I think, the main questions.
All right.
It says, do we have a moment? Yeah, since here's one last one. Where do we have to report, which I assume CARB's website, if the DMV IRP databases will be used to reduce the burden of reporting? Will we get some kind of mail advisory letter letting us know the mechanism for reporting? And I assume that means we're going to import some of your information into a system and then you come in and verify it's correct.
Yeah, I think that's one of the options that we're looking at. We're in the process of creating a database right now, and that database will be housed at ARB, I believe. We're using the IRP and the DMV data to hopefully help populate that, but they're going to have to come in to let me think about this for just a second, because the mechanism for reporting is not just through our website. You can, the way it's looking right now, they're talking about working with some of the dealerships to have links where you can go into a dealership and report via their offices or their locations, or report online. It is going to be a data upload, so you have to be able to transfer a file, an OBD file that you downloaded from your vehicle to the database that's created, and then that will create a verification of compliance.
Perfect. And then there's a little confusion. The OBD submission, is that in lieu of the smoke test?
Yeah, I'm sorry I did not make that as clear as possible. If you're doing an OBD submission, there is no smoke test. You just submit the data, and that is enough to qualify as completing the test. It's only the older vehicles that will still have to go through that smoke inspection.
Okay, that's, I think, everything I have. One other one, is there any kind of vehicle caps in a fleet, or is it every vehicle in the fleet?
Yeah, one of the differences between the PSIP program and HDI&M is that it doesn't exempt any individual vehicles as far as fleet size. All vehicles driving in the state of California are under this. There are exemptions for types of vehicles, but not numbers within a fleet. So if you have 100 vehicles, you've got 100 tests that you have to perform.
Perfect. That's all I have. Let me turn it over to Olivia. Do you have questions, comments?
All right. So I do see that, Bruce, did you have something that you wanted to add on to the end of Randy's presentation? And then Randy, maybe you can go to the next slide so people can see those resources.
Okay, let's see here. Let's see.
or
Right,
whoever
right.
has control of the slides.
Well, it says I do, but it's not letting me forward.
I'll take it over, Randy. I'll take it
Okay,
over for
all
you.
right.
Awesome. And then just as a reminder, I'm going to drop the link in the chat again, but if you visit the training and events page, you'll be able to find all of the slides for the presentations today. And when you click on those PDF links, you'll be able to click on all of the links that everyone's been including in their presentations. So if you want to go to see Randy's presentation, you can click on the PDF and you'll be able to visit all these resources that he has provided for you. Looks like he has a link for the inspection and maintenance program webpage and also a link to sign up for email updates.
Yes.
Okay, so we are going to do I don't hear Bruce, so.
Bruce, no, I'm here.
Okay, cool. Did you want to update us?
I was
to
letting you
something?
finish. Yeah, no, just a quick update on something
Yeah.
and nothing to do with Randy's presentation. I was talking during lunch to some of our folks that are working on the advanced clean fleet regulation, specifically in this case, the drayage piece. That was a very specialized group. I wanted to check a couple things with them to kind of reinforce the point that the regulation is still under development. We're still working on various timeframes and so forth, and to reinforce the point that everybody really needs to kind of follow the regulatory process, and I encourage you to participate in it. There is still discussion as to whether that date, I mentioned the date for drayage trucks having to be zero emission, or at least for newly registered trucks, was now 2024. That's still under consideration. I'm not sure if it's going to be late 2023 or early 2024. So that's a little bit of a change. I wanted to make sure everybody understood that. I had a couple of questions about those dates. And I want to let folks know that ask those questions. The best thing to do is to make sure and follow that regulatory development. And I know that Olivia has dropped the ACF regulatory page into the chat. I'm sure we'll be dropping it in an additional time. So thank you, Olivia. I did want to make that clarification. It's an important one, and I just found out. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. All right, so at this time, we are gonna put the session evaluation up on the screen for Randy's heavy duty inspection and maintenance presentation. If you can give him your feedback now, that would be great.
I'll close off the video for now, Olivia. So
Yep, thank you, Randy.
no problem.
All right, we can close that out now, and we are going to move on to our next presentation. We will go to Kathleen Mead, Air Pollution Specialist, who will now share with us how CARB ensures your equipment meets requirements and is durable and made to last.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Mead, and I'm the Heavy Duty Engine Technology Advocate for Air Resources Board. I work for the Emissions Certification and Compliance Division, and I'm here to talk to you about how we ensure the products that you get meet the requirements and provide emission control equipment that is durable. Here are the multiple steps CARB takes before and after the sale of a product to ensure the product you get meets the requirements. All of these steps focus on the manufacturer, but one of them we'd like to emphasize because of the benefits it provides you, the end user. CARB's in-use programs involves evaluating trucks through our warranty and in-use testing programs to ensure manufacturers produce durable emission control components and meet emission standards for the useful life of the engine. For heavy-duty engines, the emission control equipment useful life is 435,000 miles. In addition, the warranty for up to model year 21 is 100,000 miles and 5 years. But starting with model year 22, for California certified engines only, we are bumping that up to 350,000 miles and 5 years. There's no hour limitation on this. So, how can we help you? Manufacturers are required to report product failures. From this information, we identify and we can test and encourage or force recalls on defective parts or it require additional warranty. We can help you by providing warranty information from these recalls and extended warranties. We're always looking for failures during useful life, and feel free to report to us failures that maybe manufacturers are not reporting, things like NOx sensors, engine gas recirculation or EGRs, selective catalytic regeneration or SCRs have been shown to fail, and we work with the manufacturer to get them replaced with durable components. To get our help, please call this 800 number, 800-242-4450, or email us at helpline@arb.gov to help you with engine-related issues. How can you help us? We need to test trucks and we need your truck to help. We are looking for well-maintained trucks under 435,000 miles to test. If you want to let us use your vehicle, we will provide restorative maintenance on it. If it's near a maintenance interval, we'll do it for free. And if your battery is weak, we will replace it. We will provide you with an incentive of $1,500 per week. And when we return it, it'll be nice and clean and refueled with both regular fuel and DEF. We want to return it to you in better condition than we received it. Also, you have the knowledge that you're helping clean air. Here's a picture of our apparatus that we do the testing. You can see in the middle, right in the middle there is our testing equipment. We attach your vehicle to the testing equipment and evaluate its emissions. We're currently looking for 2018 Cummins X15 engine families ending in XAW and 2018 and 2019 PACCAR MX13 12.9 liter engines. We're also starting up in-use testing for off-road engines, and we will be looking for those also. So to get the latest recall information, or if you have a vehicle which we are looking to test, please contact for on-road vehicles Juan Avila, or for off-road vehicles Julie Lee. We want to thank you for your time and your efforts that contribute to us keeping the air clean.
All right, I have dropped that contact information into the chat, so if you'd like to jot that down, it is there for you now. We're going to do an evaluation of this presentation at this time. All right, so please give your feedback on the Vehicle Engine Certification and Compliance Program. All right, thank you for participating in that poll. We have another poll for you now. So for this event, we scheduled one 15-minute break in the morning, and then we scheduled one 45-minute lunch break. In future events, would you prefer, and then let's launch that poll. Okay, so would you prefer no short breaks? You can take a break when you need to. No lunch break, you'd rather power through. more frequent 10 to 15-minute short breaks, a longer short break, a longer lunch break, or a lunch break with no video or audio playing through it. So we didn't do that this time. So that's what we did this time. And then the last option is you liked it just as it was. So give some feedback. That'll help us with our future planning and our future events. All right, so let's close that poll. Okay, and our next presentation, so let's see, where are we at? So our next presentation will be on what CARB's enforcement staff will look for during a vehicle roadside inspection. And then we have Aldo Cheney, air pollution specialist, who will answer questions after the presentation. So go ahead and put those questions into the Q&A during the video. Thank you.
California Highway Patrol pulls over a big rig to begin a heavy-duty diesel inspection. The CHP and California Air Resources Board do these all over the state because big diesel trucks and buses are the biggest emitters of cancer-causing black carbon. They are also major sources of other harmful pollutants, as well as greenhouse gases. Here you can see a typical heavy-duty truck inspection. The inspectors have pickup trucks that carry mobile inspection stations and offices. The office has laptops, printers, emission testing equipment, and anything else the inspector needs to perform a diesel vehicle inspection. Once the truck has come to a full stop, the inspector lets the driver know he is conducting a compliance inspection for the California Air Resources Board, or CARB. California's Health and Safety Code gives CARB the authority to conduct these inspections. The inspection begins with a check of the dashboard in the cab of the truck to see if there are any illegal modifications or any malfunctioning indicator lamps. This includes the check engine light and diesel exhaust fluid light. The inspector also checks the diesel particulate filter lights to make sure there are no problems with the filter. Once that inspection is complete, a visual snap idle test is conducted to determine the opacity of the vehicle's exhaust. If the opacity is close to the standard, full snap idle tests will be conducted using an opacity meter. Once the opacity of the vehicle has been assessed, the inspector asks the driver to turn off the engine, open the hood of the truck, and conducts the inspection of the engine itself. The inspector looks for a number of things to determine if the truck is in compliance with the diesel regulations. They verify that the engine has a legible emission control label. They check for missing, modified, or additional engine components that could indicate tampering. The inspector also checks to make sure the truck has a diesel particulate filter. If there's no filter, inspectors will check CARB's database to see if the truck is registered for a provision in the truck and bus regulation that allows it to operate without one. They also check the database to make sure vehicles are properly registered for the drayage rule, the transportation refrigeration rule, or the off-road rule, as appropriate. They may also test the urea content in the diesel exhaust fluid. Finally, the inspector looks for aerodynamic equipment on both the tractor and trailer to make sure they're compliant with the SmartWay program, which helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve fuel efficiency. If the truck is compliant with the heavy-duty diesel regulations, it's sent on its way. If the inspector finds a violation, a citation will be issued on the spot. Most inspections take less than 10 minutes.
All right, so do we have any questions for Aldo? And Aldo, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, welcome, Aldo. Brandon, did we have any, or Randy, did we have any questions?
There's none in the queue right now.
Okay. Did you want to point out anything, Aldo, or add to that video at all?
No, the only thing that, like I said, we do the inspections throughout the state of California. We at the borders, and we work with CHP. We're at the scales, and if you have any questions regarding how do we do the inspections for the truck and bus or the TRUs, I'm here to answer.
All right, great. So if you do have any questions for Aldo, you can go ahead and put them in the Q&A. At this time, we will do a session evaluation. All right, so let us know what you thought of this presentation. Okay, so we can close that out now. At this time, I just want to remind everyone, if you do jump off early today, make your way back to the training and events page at 3:15 because we have about 10 exhibitors standing by with meeting rooms ready to talk to you about things like affordability. We have loan program staff. We have some experts in conversion and some retrofit installation experts. So check out that training and events page and you'll click on the exhibitors portion of that page and it will list out all of the exhibitors that we have today. It'll provide their website, a little description of what they can talk to you about, and then you'll find a link to their meeting room. So it does look like we might have some questions that we could answer live right now, and I did see a hand raised. Was there something that someone wanted to jump in and ask before we move forward?
Are you going to read those, Olivia, or do you want me to read those?
You can go ahead, Randy.
All right, well, this is based on Aldo's presentation. I know currently we use a sticker program for when somebody passes an inspection. It lets our inspectors know that that vehicle has already passed the previous inspection. So the questioner is asking if there's going to be that similar pre-pass or other program allowing bypassing of inspection zones for compliance fleets or compliant fleets.
So as of right now, I don't know if that program, if we're going to continue with the sticker program, but in the past, yes, that is true. If we saw one of the trucks that had the sticker from a quarter that it demonstrated that it passed, and we would just wave it right through.
Yeah, so you're not sure whether that's going to continue though?
Yes, I'm not sure. That's something I have to do a follow-up on.
Okay. All right, we'll set that aside. The next question is about wanting to verify again what our enforcement officers are going to be checking when they have a truck pulled over.
So it's a pretty comprehensive inspection. So when we pull the truck over, we request permission to inspect the truck, and once again we look at the dash to verify that all the mill lights are on and working correctly. We look at the emission control label on the engine to verify that that particular engine is in compliance and that it has a ECL. And if it has a TRU, we inspect the TRU also to verify that it's in compliance with the truck. With the TRU regulation. And then in addition, we run the plates and we check all that information in all the databases to verify that that truck or that TRU is in compliance with our regulations. So that's kind of a quick summary, but those are the steps that we take to verify that the truck or the TRU is in compliance with our air regulations.
All right, very good. That's the only other question we had.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Thank you, Aldo.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have a presentation from the commercial vehicle section of the California Highway Patrol. So they're going to be sharing with us the requirements for motor carriers for the Basic Inspection of Terminals or BIT program. And it will include the requirements for documentation that carriers must retain and present for a BIT inspection. Okay, so we can start that now.
Hello, this presentation is brought to you by the California Highway Patrol Enforcement and Planning Division, Commercial Vehicle Section, Motor Carrier Safety Unit in Sacramento, California. Contact information for your local motor carrier safety unit will be made available at the end of this presentation. Terminal inspections have been conducted by the CHP since 1965 as a tool to determine if motor carriers are complying with the motor carrier safety regulations, particularly with regard to the legal requirement to maintain commercial motor vehicles according to a scheduled maintenance program or preventative maintenance program. The CHP's role is to determine whether carriers' selected maintenance schedules are adequate to prevent collisions or mechanical breakdowns involving the vehicles, and all required maintenance and driver records are prepared and retained as required by law. The following information you will see in this presentation can be found in summarized form on the California Highway Patrol website in the Terminal Manager's Compliance Checklist, the CHP 800D, under the Forms section, and is provided to assist motor carriers whose California terminals are subject to inspection by the department pursuant to Section 34501 of the California Vehicle Code. Any motor carrier, as defined in Section 408 California Vehicle Code, can improve its ability to pass such inspections by closely examining its own operations using the following guidelines. What is the goal of a terminal inspection? This is the goal: satisfactory, willing compliance. The CHP wants all motor carriers to be operating in a satisfactory capacity to ensure safe transportation on all of California's roads. The basic activity of the CHP's Motor Carrier Safety Unit is the inspection of terminals subject to specific sections of California Vehicle Code, Title 13 of the California Code of Regulations, and Title 49 of the Code of Federal Regulations. The terminal inspection is the activity where compliance is determined, violations are detected, corrections are required, and terminal ratings are assigned. So how is this accomplished? There are 4 categories of regulated matters which are inspected and evaluated to determine the terminal's overall compliance with laws and regulations relating to motor carrier safety. Regulated vehicles, which includes a sample of your fleet, maintenance program records, the records for those regulated vehicles that were inspected, driver's records, a sample based on the number of drivers, and hazardous materials, if applicable. A brief explanation of each category follows. Let's start with regulated vehicles. A sample of a motor carrier's fleet will be inspected according to the fleet size and applied separately to power units and trailers. The chart dictating the number of vehicles required to be inspected can be found in Section 34501.12 of the California Vehicle Code. As a small example, if you have 3 power units and 10 trailers, according to the chart, 3 power units and 4 trailers will be inspected. In an effort to expedite terminal inspections, on-highway vehicle inspections may be utilized to have less impact on the motor carrier's day-to-day business operations and to provide the CHP a more accurate picture of their preventative maintenance program. On-highway vehicle inspections are conducted at commercial vehicle enforcement facilities, also known as the scales, or by CHP mobile road enforcement officers on the roadside. Only Level 1 or Level 5 Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, commonly known as CVSA, North American standard inspections can be used, performed within the last 90 days prior to the terminal inspection. All commercial motor vehicle inspections conducted by uniform or civilian personnel are done by CVSA certified inspectors to ensure systematic, consistent vehicle inspections statewide. A CVSA Level 5 inspection is what is conducted at the terminal and includes each of the vehicle inspection items specified under the North American Standard Inspection Level 1 without a driver present. If an inspection determines the vehicle does not have any critical violations, a CVSA decal will be applied to the passenger side windshield. To clarify, any Level 1 or Level 5 inspection is acceptable for use as part of a terminal inspection, not just inspections conducted by CHP personnel, but any Level 1 or Level 5 inspection from any jurisdiction in North America conducted within the last 90 days prior to the terminal inspection can be used. The second inspection category is maintenance program. There are a few items that make up the maintenance program inspection: daily vehicle inspection reports, general maintenance, and periodic inspections. Daily vehicle inspection reports are required for vehicles operated out of California-based terminals. Interstate motor carriers based in California must also comply with these requirements. Regulation states Each driver shall prepare a written report at the completion of each day's work for each vehicle operated, and any defects affecting the safe operation of the vehicle on highway must be repaired. The representative for the motor carrier, oftentimes the mechanic, must certify the defect was repaired or does not affect the safe operation of the vehicle before operating on highway. An owner-operator, meaning the owner and sole driver of a commercial motor vehicle, does not have to complete a daily vehicle inspection report unless towing units from another motor carrier. Then, a daily vehicle inspection report must be prepared and submitted for the trailers. General maintenance is the maintenance program created and managed by the motor carrier, and it includes all inspection, maintenance, lubrication, and repair records for the maintenance activities generated for each commercial motor vehicle. The motor carrier sets the intervals and requirements, possibly using the manufacturer's recommendations or their own internal guidelines. Motor carriers are responsible for ensuring all vehicles and accessories subject to their control are regularly and systematically inspected, maintained, and lubricated to ensure they are in safe and proper operating condition. Additionally, there shall be a means to indicate the types of inspection, maintenance, and lubrication operations to be performed on each vehicle and the date or mileage when these operations are due. This information can be documented in writing or by using electronic means. In the Golden State, regulation says inspectors who are conducting air brake inspections must be qualified in accordance with Title 49 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 396.25, as published on October 1st of 2014. Inspectors must understand the brake service or inspection task to be accomplished and can perform the task. They must be knowledgeable of and have mastered the methods, procedures, tools, and equipment used when performing an assigned brake service or inspection, and are capable of performing the assigned brake service or inspection by reason of experience, training, or both as follows. Brake inspectors must have completed an apprenticeship program, unless they have taken and passed a commercial driver's license air brake test, or have brake-related training or experience, or a combination of both, totaling at least 1 year. Motor carriers must maintain evidence of the inspector's qualifications during their employment and 1 year thereafter, except for those who have passed the commercial driver license air brake knowledge and skills test. The final aspect of the maintenance program records review is periodic inspections, commonly known as 90-day or BIT inspections. The periodic inspection is a motor carrier performed inspection required by Section 34505.5 of the California Vehicle Code, which states every motor carrier operating any vehicle described in subdivisions A, B, E, F, G, J, or K of Section 34500, except vehicles exempted specifically under Section 34501.12, shall, as a part of the systematic inspection, maintenance, and lubrication services required of all motor carriers, require the vehicle or vehicles for which it is responsible to be inspected at least every 90 days or more often if necessary to ensure safe operation. Vehicles which are out of service for periods greater than 90 calendar days are not required to be inspected at 90-day intervals if they are inspected prior to operation on the highway. This inspection shall include, but not be limited to, all of the following: brake adjustment, brake system components and leaks, steering and suspension systems, tires and wheels, and vehicle connecting devices. To assist motor carriers with compliance, the CHP provides a form titled CHP 108, Truck and/or Tractor Maintenance and Safety Inspection. This form can be utilized to assist with documentation of the required periodic inspections and provides an extensive checklist for inspectors to follow. Now let's move on to Category 3 of the terminal inspection, driver records. This portion of the inspection encompasses several items: hours of service and timekeeping, supporting documents, the Department of Motor Vehicles Employer Poll Notice Program, copy of the driver's public driving record, employment applications, and driver proficiency. Motor carriers are required to ensure all drivers are documenting their hours for each 24-hour period in duplicate. Compliance with this regulation is often achieved by using a logbook. Motor carriers must ensure drivers are completing hours of service documentation timely, truthfully, and accurately, as motor carriers are ultimately responsible for their drivers' actions. One exemption from the completion of a logbook is timekeeping. However, to qualify for this exemption, all of the following must be met. The driver operates within a 100 air-mile radius of the normal work reporting location. The driver leaves and returns within a 12-hour period. The driver has 10 consecutive hours off duty between work shifts, and the driver documents start time, end time, and total hours worked for each day. Another component of driver record review is supporting documents. In order to complete a thorough review of hours of service and timekeeping, the CHP will ask for supporting documentation. These records will be compared to hours of service entries to ensure accuracy. The Department of Motor Vehicles Employer Poll Notice Program is managed by DMV, and compliance is reviewed during a terminal inspection by CHP. Motor carriers must obtain an account and enroll all commercial drivers. This includes all Class A and Class B drivers, and any Class C drivers if they are required to have an endorsement, such as hazardous materials or a passenger endorsement. Casual drivers do not need to be enrolled. Part of the requirements of the DMV Employer Poll Notice Program is for prospective employers of a driver who will operate regulated vehicles must obtain a public driving record for the driver. The record is considered current if it was issued less than 30 days before the date the employer employs the driver. Motor carriers must review the report and then sign and date it to acknowledge the review. The report must be maintained until the DMV Employer Poll Notice report is received after enrolling the driver into the account. A DMV Employer Poll Notice report shall be obtained at least every 12 months. Motor carriers must verify the employee's driver's license is valid for the vehicles operated, ensuring the license has not been suspended or revoked. You must also verify required endorsements, review the traffic violation point count, if any, and whether or not the employee has been convicted of driving a vehicle under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Then, sign, date, and maintain the report until a new report is received from DMV every 12 months. Please note, a casual driver is not required to be enrolled in the DMV Employer Poll Notice Program as long as they are employed less than 30 days in the preceding 6 months and the employer obtained a current public driving record for the driver. Motor carriers who operate vehicles requiring a passenger endorsement cannot use casual drivers. Motor carriers must have each person seeking a driving position for a commercial motor vehicle submit an employment application. While you may ask for more information on an employment application, you must require the following information for the previous 10 years. The names and addresses of previous employers where they previously drove a commercial motor vehicle, the dates they were employed, and the reason they left. Please note, this requirement only applies to applicants who operated vehicles greater than 26,001 pounds gross vehicle weight rating or a commercial motor vehicle with an endorsement. The last piece of the records to be reviewed under the driver's records category is driver proficiency, commonly known as a road test. All motor carriers shall require that each driver demonstrate they're capable of safely operating each type of vehicle or vehicle combinations before driving those vehicles on a highway unsupervised. The driver's capability to operate the vehicle shall include special equipment. This requirement does not apply to a motor carrier who is the owner and sole driver of a vehicle or combination of vehicles. The last of the 4 regulated categories is hazardous materials. There are many aspects which must be reviewed to determine satisfactory compliance with hazardous materials and hazardous waste regulations found in Title 49 of the Code of Federal Regulations. Some of the items to be reviewed are the motor carrier's safety plan, documentation of training, including initial training, which occurs within the first 90 days of hire, recurrent training occurring every 3 years, and commodity-specific training. Motor carriers will also be inspected for compliance with regulations governing shipping papers, segregation and separation of commodities, marking, labeling, placarding, and verifying emergency response information. Determining whether the transportation of hazardous materials occurs inter or intrastate will tell the inspector the proper retention period for the documents. For an in-depth information about the hazardous materials portion of the terminal inspection, contact with your local motor carrier safety unit is recommended, as well as a thorough review of Title 13 California Code of Regulations, sections 1160 to 1167. Each of the documents reviewed on the previous slides have different retention requirements. For daily vehicle inspection reports, the retention period is the previous 3 months. General maintenance records are to be kept for 1 year. Periodic inspections are to be kept for 2 years. Hours of service, timekeeping, and supporting documents are required to be retained for 6 months. Driver proficiency for the duration of the employment of the driver. Finally, employment applications are required to be kept for the length of employment of the driver plus 3 years. After the completion of the terminal inspection, a safety compliance rating will be issued. There are 3 types of ratings: satisfactory, unsatisfactory, or conditional. A satisfactory rating can be issued even when deficiencies have been discovered, as long as highway safety is not jeopardized. An unsatisfactory will be issued when it is determined there is willful disregard or non-compliance with statutory or regulatory requirements. A reinspection of the unsatisfactory rated categories will be conducted in 100 to 120 days after the issuance of the unsatisfactory rating. Finally, a conditional rating will only be issued following an unsatisfactory when no unsatisfactory conditions exist, but more time is required to determine overall compliance. A conditional rating cannot be assigned to the vehicle's equipment category. A final review. A terminal inspection is a picture of the operation and safety management practices of the motor carrier, which provides the information needed to produce a report which will include specific direction on how to increase your compliance. This snapshot includes 4 categories: regulated vehicles, maintenance records, driver's records, and hazardous materials if applicable. If you have further questions, please contact your local motor carrier safety unit identified here by county. This contact information and a plethora of other helpful publications, including the previously referenced CHP 108 and CHP 800D, can also be found on the CHP website at www.chp.ca.gov. Thank you for listening to this presentation. Further questions can be answered by calling the California Highway Patrol Commercial Vehicle Section Motor Carrier Safety Unit at 916-843-3400 or at the website located at the bottom left of this screen. Safe travels.
All right, so that concludes that presentation. We don't have CHP staff on the line to answer questions at this time, but if you do have questions about that presentation, I have put the phone number that she just mentioned into the chat. There is no slides for this presentation available on our website, but you will be able to watch the recording of it when we post it. So at this time, let's do a session evaluation for that presentation. All right, we can close that poll out now and we'll go on to another poll. Okay, so we have 2 more presentations today, but we want to know your thoughts on the length of today's event so we can launch that poll and get everyone's feedback now. So would you rather have a shorter event and make the presentation shorter? Would you rather have a shorter event and delete some of these presentations that we've offered? Or is the length okay? And so far you've listened to all of the presentations and it was not too long and not too short? Are you thinking that same length for the presentations, but split it into 2 days? Or is it your opinion that a longer event would be more helpful and you could make the presentations longer? You would like to know more. And then the last option is a longer event with new presentations on other topics. Okay, we can close that poll now. So we do have 2 more presentations today. We have a presentation on our pilot and demonstration projects, and then we have a presentation on funding. And then I just want to remind everyone again, at 3:15, we do have our exhibitors available. What you'll do is you'll leave the main Zoom event and you'll go to the pages that we have been sharing in the chat, and you'll be able to browse through multiple exhibitors that are available, and you'll click on a new meeting room. So it might not be a Zoom, it could be a GoToMeeting webinar, it could be a Teams meeting. So you'll click on the link and you'll hop into a new event. Okay, so when we finish our presentations today, that's your next step, is to go meet with our exhibitors. All right, so I'm going to introduce our next presentation. Next up, we have Boons Bedavong, Air Pollution Specialist. He is here to tell us about some pilot and demonstration projects that CARB has funded and what we've learned from these projects so far regarding medium and heavy duty zero-emission vehicles and how it's working out in the real world. All right, so I'm going to hand it over to you now, Boons.
Sounds good. Thanks, Olivia.
All right.
Again, this is Boons with California Air Resources Board. Started my career here working on the public fleets rule, transitioned to the truck and bus regulation, and now we're working on zero-emission technology. So come a long way since the PM filters for the public fleet vehicles. Before I get started, I just want to say we've heard a lot from the small fleets, and one of their main concerns is about whether the zero-emission technology is going to work or not. So this presentation will look at some of the pilots and demos that are happening throughout the state that show that the technology works. The heavy-duty pilots and demo projects test out advanced technologies in real-life conditions and work out the kinks. They test out the battery life, duty cycle, and charging to decide what works and what doesn't. It's important because it advances the zero-emission technology, so the technology can be brought to the commercial market. And without these pilots and demos, we wouldn't see the zero-emission technologies that are on the market today. These projects are all funded by California Climate Investments, and many of them are located in communities of concern that are exposed to higher pollution levels near ports, rail yards, and warehouses. This is a link to the Moving California website. If you click on the link, you'll be able to go to the project pages for all the heavy-duty pilots and demo projects that are happening all throughout the state. And Noemi will be available at 3:15 and to answer any questions you had about, if you have any questions about the Moving California website and also the funding programs that are available. So stick around at 3:15 and go ahead and click on that room so you can meet with her. So for this project, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District partnered with Goodwill Industries of San Francisco to deploy 10 battery electric delivery trucks. The objective of the project is to advance commercialization of zero-emission technology in the delivery truck sector by demonstrating costs and benefits and providing a roadmap and the best practices for other fleets considering electric vehicles. The project included 10 electric trucks, 1 debris hauler, and 11 vehicle chargers. All the vehicles are currently in use and have been in service for the last 3 years. The electric box trucks traveled a total of 96,000 total miles. The debris hauler traveled over 10,000 miles. The electric box trucks averaged a range of 50 to 90 miles per day, and the debris hauler averaged a range of 40 to 80 miles per day. According to Goodwill's operations team, the electric trucks required significantly less maintenance than the baseline vehicles. They estimated the reduction in maintenance to be 60 to 80% of the baseline fleet. And this reduction is due to the diesel fleet's need for parts associated with maintenance, such as oil changes, replacement of fuel filters, alternators, and water pump care. As of September 2020, the project reduced over 12,000 gallons of diesel fuel usage, saving almost $50,000 in fuel costs. So quite a bit of savings there. Our next successful project is the Green On-Road Linen Delivery Project. This is San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District partnered with Motive Power Systems, Ameripride Services, and CalSTAR to deploy 21 zero-emission all-electric walk-in vans to be used in linen deliveries. The vans are spread out at 4 locations in the Central Valley, at Stockton, Merced, Fresno, and Bakersfield. All the vehicles are currently in service. The vehicles have logged over 230,000 miles already. All the zero-emission vans were used alongside Ameripride's conventional diesel and gasoline fleet. Ameripride was able to significantly reduce their fuel and maintenance costs. They reported that the overall operating cost of their zero-emission vans was 62% lower than their diesel fleet and about 47% lower than their gasoline fleet. The current range for the zero-emission vans is 100 miles. And in order for them to electrify their entire fleet, they would need the vans to increase the range to about 250 miles per vehicle. However, despite the needed extra range, Ameriprise still submitted an order for an additional 50 motive vehicles. The next project is the California Collaborative Advanced Technology drayage truck demo project. The South Coast Air Quality Management District partnered with Bay Area, San Diego, San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District, BYD, Kenworth, Peterbilt, TransPower, Volvo, and other partners to demonstrate zero and near zero emission technology operating in and around the ports of Long Beach, Los Angeles, Oakland, Stockton, and San Diego. So a lot of big names there and covering a lot of the ports throughout California. Here's a list of the type of trucks that were deployed. At the last virtual one stop, someone wanted information on range of some of these Class 8 trucks. As you could see, the battery electric trucks have a range of 100 to 150 miles. CNG plug-in hybrid electric trucks with a 200 plus mile range, and the diesel plug-in hybrid electric truck with a 400 plus mile range. Currently, all the vehicles have been deployed except for one battery electric Volvo truck, which will be deployed in March 2022. Data is being collected on all the vehicles, and once it's complete, we'll be able to share more information on lessons learned, but mainly we wanted to share the range capability of these zero and near zero emission technologies. Kind of want to just go over some HVIP stats. The program has funded over 7,000 clean vehicles, over 400+ million to 1,400+ fleets, 188 million cleaner than diesel miles traveled, 58% of the vouchers funded vehicles in communities of concern. And there's a link to the HVIP website for more information. And I also wanted to add that Carla from HVIP will be standing by at 3:15 if you have specific questions about the program. So stick around at 3:15 and you can click on her Zoom link. This is my last slide, but just wanted to add that at the last virtual one-stop event, there was a question whether we have any fuel cell demo projects happening. And yes, there are. Check the Moving California website, and the link earlier on the the third slide, it'll take you to the page and you can see there are actually some other fuel cell projects also. Mostly they're delivery van projects, but there is one project coming soon right now. The contract just got signed, and I just wanted to kind of give you a brief update on it. The Center for Transportation and Environment and its partners will build and deploy 30 fuel cell trucks, and it's supporting hydrogen fueling station at the East Bay Municipal Utilities District treatment plant, which is adjacent to the Port of Oakland. The project will also establish a high liquid hydrogen fueling station that will support more than 50 trucks and back-to-back fueling, with an expectation of completing a single fuel in less than 15 minutes. The range of these trucks is 500 miles, so they could complete one, or actually complete multiple duty cycles. The trucks will be able to operate from Oakland to Sacramento, Stockton, Modesto, and Fresno on a single fill of hydrogen. And then they'll also be able to operate as far as Bakersfield and return to Oakland in a single day because there's a refueling station in Fresno. The fuel cell trucks have already been introduced in Switzerland and have proven its commercial viability with more than 1 million kilometers of driving in real-world conditions. So we already know that these fuel cell trucks work. So excited to see them come to California. And we'll have more information as the project progresses at our next virtual one-stop. So tune in to our next virtual one-stop. Are there any questions, Olivia?
Let's see. Randy, did you see any questions come in the Q&A?
No, there have not been any questions.
Okay, I didn't see any either. Is there any questions from staff to just help clarify anything, or does anyone want to jump in and add anything?
I'm going to be hanging around the Moving California Zoom room. So if you do have questions, feel free to jump in, and Emmy and I will be there to kind of answer any further questions.
Awesome. Hey, maybe Boons, do you want to tell us, I know you talked about it a bit, but what is Moving California? So
Moving California has all the funding opportunities that are funded by the California Climate Investments. Not only is it just cover heavy duty, but there's also clean mobility projects on there. They're happening all throughout the state. There's different programs to get you out of your regular gasoline vehicle if you're interested, and there's funding available for electric vehicles. So take a look at the website, and you can see what programs are available. There's so many programs available to help you get into an electric vehicle, and not just electric vehicle, but even a charger for your house. We have some testimonials that are available to folks who did receive funding for their electric vehicle, and even got funding for solar panels, so that, you know, she can just get home and plug in, and then the next day she's ready to go again without having to purchase gas. So
that's really cool. So I dropped those resources into the chat during the presentation. So if you're looking for more information about moving California resources, you can find the website in the chat. We've also dropped the link for the Zoom meeting that's going to take place at 3:15. Noemi and Boons will be in a different Zoom meeting, so you'll need to close out this Zoom webinar and open up the new one. So maybe copy and paste that link or jump to the exhibitor page. So at this time, we're going to do some polls. So why don't we go ahead and launch those questions? Okay, so our first poll question is, do the cost savings in switching from diesel to zero-emission vehicles lead you to consider purchasing a zero-emission truck or bus with the help of grant funding? Okay, so let us know what you're thinking. Yes, no, maybe I'd like to see more case studies. Okay, so we can show the results of this poll now. All right, so it looks like we have mostly yes answers, 46% of you. Oh, cool. Okay, and then we have a lot of maybes as well. All right, so let's go to our next poll question. Okay, so if you do not plan on purchasing a zero-emission vehicle soon, what is your main concern? Are you most concerned about it being too expensive? Are you worried about the unproven technology or fear that it won't be reliable? Is your concern that you're just not sure where you would charge or fuel your vehicle? Is there too many unknowns and not sure if the range of zero-emission trucks will meet your current daily drive cycles? So you have to choose one of these. And then the last option is doesn't apply to me because I already purchased or plan on purchasing a zero-emission vehicle. Great. Okay, so choose one of them, and there might be more than one answer, but just choose the option that you're most concerned about. All right, so we can show the results for that poll. All right, so it looks like most people are concerned about range. So range anxiety is a big thing. So most of you are worried that you won't be able to meet your current daily drive cycle. All right. Okay, so let's go to our next poll. Okay, our next poll is, are you more inclined to take advantage of grant funding when it becomes available for the early purchase of zero-emission vehicles? Or would you wait until you are required by law to make the transition when no incentives can be utilized? All right, let's go ahead and show the answer for that one. All right, so it looks like most of you want to take advantage of grant funding to purchase a zero-emission vehicle. So that's great. That's what we want to hear. And so we can close that poll out now. And let's do our session evaluation for Boones at this time. All right, thanks everyone for the feedback. So one thing that you all answered was that you wanted to take advantage of funding resources. So I just want to plug that we do have about 5 exhibitors standing by today to talk about funding. We have the California Capital Access Program. They are standing by to talk about the loan program starting at 3:15. We also have Bay Area Air Quality Management District. They're going to be in a Zoom meeting as well, and they're available to talk about grant funding to upgrade or replace your heavy duty vehicles. They also will be having assistance in Spanish. And then we also have folks from the HFIT program, which is the Hybrid and Zero Emission Truck and Bus Voucher Incentive Project, HFIT for short. Folks are standing by to talk about that program. That is a point of sale voucher to make advanced vehicles more affordable. They also will have assistance available in Spanish. And then as Boone's mentioned earlier, him and Noemi will be available in a Zoom meeting room representing Moving California. So that meeting room will be a good place if you're just not sure where to start. They can show you all of the different opportunities for clean transportation, and they also have assistance available in Spanish as well. So you'll see on the screen right now, that is our exhibitor page. So you can scroll through and see everything that's available starting at 3:15. We also have some folks ready to talk about advanced technologies. You can see we have Fleet Crew on there, we have diesel exhaust and emissions, we have EVC, electric conversions, Ripos, and Sunistics Group. So check out anything that might interest you, see if you want to go over there. They're just going to be standing by, maybe have some information for you to see, and you can ask them questions. All right, so we are a little bit ahead of schedule, so I want to make sure we don't have any Q&As that we could possibly get to. Let's see, let me take a look. Okay, looks like we don't have any questions at this time. Okay. So we are showing live web pages. So while we're at it, maybe we can pull up the Moving California web page and give a quick run through of that page since we have some time.
Is that from this page?
No, Boone's, what would be the best thing to search for folks? It is posted into the chat for if you want a direct link. So it was posted.
You could just Google Moving California CARB.
Yeah. And maybe Boone's, you can just show us some of the resources on that page since we have some time to kill. That'd be great. Thank you.
This one right here, first one?
Yeah, it's the one.
And then what I'll do, Boone's.
Can you give me control?
Yeah, you should, hold on just a sec. Yep, so now you should be able to click on it to be able to take control. Yep, you're moving it, I see.
Let me just go to home real quick here. So, scroll down, there we go. Actually, so this is the main website, and you can find funding based on different, whether you're an individual, a business or a nonprofit, et cetera, and you can look at all the opportunities. But actually, one of the newer things that we just added, Mac just added, was this funding by region down here. You go to funding by region, let's say I want to look at the Southern California region, kind of shows all the programs that are available in that region, you know. So you can, first one is Replace Your Ride, Clean Cars for All. Again, that program allows you to trade in an old vehicle, and then if you meet certain income requirements, you even get more money. And then to purchase, it actually doesn't even have to be a new electric vehicle. It could be a used vehicle also. So that, and also, which is right under is a CVRP program, so the Clean Vehicle Rebate Program, you can actually combine that with the Clean Cars for All program. So it's even more money to take off your electric vehicle. Again, this is finance assistance for low-income consumers. If you meet the requirements, you can even get more money. This is the loan assistance program. Again, this is the loans, not grant funding. You're gonna have to pay it back. But if that's your only option to upgrade your vehicle, then that's your option. So we talked about the HVIP program already. Carla is going to be available at 3:15. She can go over details about maybe when the next round of funding happens. But if you do decide to, that you're interested in HVIP, get all your information ready, because things pretty much get used, the funds get used up in a matter of like 30 minutes, I want to say last time. It might even be quicker than that, I don't remember. But there's, it also shows you the clean mobility incentives that are available in Southern California, Clean Mobility in Schools project, CMO project voucher pilot program, and then the STEP programs that are happening, which is, I have two projects that I'm working on. One's in Solano County, and then another one is in South El Monte, but essentially it's a planning grant where, we're Solano, City of Solano's, or the Solano Transportation Authority is going out and trying to get feedback from the community on what type of programs that the community wants to see. So it's nice to see to get the feedback from what they want and what's best for their community. So that's a project we're working on right now, that I'm working on, but there's plenty of other STEP projects happening throughout the state. There's the Blue LA car share program. Again, tons of car share programs throughout the state. This one's in LA. You sign up, get an app, pay for it by mileage or how long you use the vehicle, and then drop it back off. Clean school bus projects that are happening also. And these are all the more projects that are happening all throughout the state. These are the heavy duty projects I had mentioned, the drayage truck projects. If you click on it, should drop down here. That's kind of hard to do, but it drops down, tells you the project, a little more information on the project, and then also these lessons learned and project highlights take you to these Drupal pages. Actually, it should unless this one looks like it's, yeah, here it is. So it gives you more information about the project that I kind of described earlier, and the funding amounts and all the grantees and the partners that are part of the project. And again, one of the most valuable parts is the lessons learned, and then gives you a status update. So.
Hey, Boons, maybe you can show people how to sign up for our mailing lists. I'm assuming a lot of people that are participating today are on our mailing lists. They probably got notified about our event today, but if you're not on a certain mailing list, it'd be nice to know how to sign up for one. So like if I wanted to be updated about funding programs and when the HVIP money is being released, how would I do that?
You're gonna have to go to the HVIP program. And then they should be able to get to their website. It's hard to see for me because I can barely see it. And it looks like the link's broken.
Okay, so maybe we could start from the CARB homepage. That might be a good place to start. and then show people how to get to those listservs. Cool.
There you
So,
go.
yeah. Do you want to navigate it, Boons?
I was just going to do a search. I usually just do a listserv. Can't read it though. Can you read that? Did I spell it right?
Yes, I think so.
I can zoom in a little bit.
Yeah, you can zoom
Yeah,
in.
I think
can
it is a
barely
little
see
zoomed
it.
out.
Okay, let me do that real quick.
Great.
And then Boons, it may take a second for you to take back control of it.
Sounds good. If you go to here, I typed in listserv, and it's going to bring you to this. Oh, it's not going to bring me to it.
Maybe
This is
we
what
have-
happens when you do it impromptu.
There we go.
Okay, here we go. So here are the email updates to sign up. You just put in your email address and then submit, and you'll be able to get more information. There's another page I'm trying to find is you can select which listserv you want to be a part of.
I think that's
You know
after
where
you put
that-
your email in.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Mhm. Also, one easy trick is if there's a program that you know you want to get updates for, say you wanted to get updates on the Advanced Clean Fleet Regulation, you can just go straight to that program page and they'll have a link on their page with their listserv that you can subscribe to. Also, I know the Heavy Duty Inspection and Maintenance program, they have a direct link for their listserv as well. If you don't want to scroll through the many, many options we have for our listserv.
I wanted to show you something also is the projects in action that we actually worked on for the last few months here. But it's off to this page, which is the low carbon transportation page, projects in action. You know, bring you to this page right here. And it kind of breaks out the program areas. It lists out the heavy duty to pilots and demos, which I kind of talked about, and then the clean mobility options, STEP projects are happening all throughout the state, and also lastly, the clean mobility in schools. But if you click on, let's say, heavy duty demos and pilots, it lists out all the, projects by vehicle type. So all the transit buses, it tells you who the grantee is, where the project's located at, and then contribution amounts. But if you click on it even further, it takes you to these specific pages and it tells you, okay, more information, describes the project in detail, and then lists out the objectives, and again, the grantees and the partners, funding amounts, how many vehicles and equipment were funded, lessons learned, and then the current status. So, yeah. And then actually what we're trying to do now is also add these final project reports. I know some of them are long PDFs, and this one actually is, and this one I think links to, of course, I got to fix the link.
Looks like we're having some connection problems.
Yeah. Well, anyways,
then,
the final report shows you like a full detail on, the report itself, and it's like a 100-page report. You can skim through it, and I actually skimmed through a lot of these, and just to kind of put together these presentations. So
great. Thanks for going through that, Boons.
Yeah.
Looks like we're back on schedule. So I'm going to transition us to our next presentation. There's a lot of exciting stuff going on. So take a look at all those resources Boons shared. Lots of cool things are happening. All right, so our next presenter is Mac Asnashari, air pollution specialist. He's our last presenter for today, and he's going to provide an overview of the available incentives and the loan program to help with purchasing new or used compliant medium or heavy duty vehicles. All right, take it away, Mac.
All right, thank you very much, Olivia. Hi, everybody. Again, my name is Mac, and in this presentation, we will dive into the incentive program eligibilities, criteria, and some program stats, which hopefully will benefit you in the future. I believe it is imperative that you should be aware of these incentive programs, and in the future, as soon as the funding is released, you should take advantage of them. But the best way, as Boons and Olivia showed you, is to kind of submit your, sign up for a listserv. And for each of these slides that I will provide the links to each program where you can go to their website, and then all you got to do is add your email there, and then you get updates when the program starts to open up and they take applications. Please be aware that every year incentive programs go through new development and changes that may not reflect this presentation. And also currently some of these incentive programs that I will cover will not be available now. However, I assure you that sometimes in the next few months, they will be available depending on when their funding will be released. Next slide, please. So let's first, let us begin with the truck and bus financial assistance flow chart. On top of the right-hand side, the flow chart starts with this important question. Are you in compliance with all applicable regulation? If the answer is no, CARB's Truck Loan Assistance Program is the only viable option. But if the answer is yes, in most cases, but not all, additional grant funding for truck owner operators who are within the 12 months of their engine compliance deadline is very limited or no longer available. The financial incentive in this flow chart are divided into two categories. On the left column, VIP, farmer, and car mower program provides funding opportunities for internal combustion engines. And then on the right column, HVIP, cap incentives, and VW mitigation funds mainly focuses on providing incentives for advanced technology replacement projects, such as battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell technologies. For those qualified applicants who meet the funding eligibility requirements, all 6 incentive programs listed here can be combined with the Truck Loan Assistance Program. Next slide, please. Actually, go back to the loan assistance. Thank you. First, let's begin with the Truck Loan Assistance Program. CARB Loan Assistance is designed to finance the purchase of heavy-duty trucks driven primarily in California to comply with the state engine emission standards. Loan assistance is available for qualified small fleets, which are defined as fleet of 10 or fewer heavy-duty vehicle and fleet with fewer than 100 employees, and businesses that generates less than $10 million in annual revenues. Loan assistance is also available for purchase of used and new tractors with CARB certified to 2010 or cleaner engine, which could run with diesel, CNG, LNG, or other fuels, which includes zero-emission technology. Trailers can be eligible for financing only in conjunction with the eligible tractor. If you're interested in enrollment, you may apply at CalCap participant lenders. I'll provide the links here if you want to see the list. Also, we have the 315. You can also visit the vendors. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next, let's look at VIP. VIP provides funding opportunities for small fleet owners with 10 or fewer vehicles to replace their older heavy-duty diesel or alternative fuel vehicles. Basic requirements are that Your old truck must be owned and operated at least 75% in California for each of the previous 2 years. And your old truck engine needs to be 2009 or older. And the replacement can be new or used. Also, amount of funding is based on the engine model year, annual usage, and the weight class. Also, your old truck will need to be scrapped. For more information on VIP, please visit your local air districts. And the link is here for the program participant dealerships in this slide. Next slide, please. There we go. Thank you, Farmer. Next, let's look at the Farmer program. The Farmer program provides funding for agriculture, harvesting equipment, heavy-duty trucks, agriculture pump engines, tractors, and other equipment used in agricultural operations. The Farmer program is handled through your local air district. It's important to note that not all air districts implement agriculture truck projects through Farmer. Therefore, potential applicants should contact their local air districts to learn more. The local air district participating in this program will decide on selecting what type of project to fund. But Farmer will pay up to 65% of the cost of replacement. And to be eligible, the truck needs to be in agricultural operation, and your replacement truck can be new or used, and then the old truck needs to be scrapped. Next slide, please. Thank you. The CARB is very, the next one is CARB program, which is a very popular program. CARB on-road heavy-duty vehicle category provides incentives for replacement, repower, or conversion of heavy-duty truck with a model year 2010 or older engine with the greater than 14,000 pounds GVWR. The replacement vehicle can be new or used, and the amount of funding is based on the engine model year, annual usage, and the weight class. And the old truck needs to be scrapped. And again, if you have any questions, you can contact your local air districts. The links is provided here. Next slide, please. So now we're going to visit the incentive program that provides funding for advanced technology replacement projects. First in the list is HVIP. HVIP is part of the California Climate Investment and is administered through CalSTART, a national nonprofit organization. This program provides incentives to accelerate the adoption of cleaner, more efficient trucks and buses, and work directly with dealers to apply the voucher incentives at the time of purchase. So there is less paperwork for the purchasers. Currently, HVIP has no scrappage requirement, and it is offered on a first-come, first-served basis. HVIP provides a base vehicle price break from $20,000 to $240,000, depending on the vehicle being purchased. The individual owner-operator, small businesses, corporate leaders, in school districts and multiple municipal fleets are all eligible. HVIP funded for the fiscal year 2020-2021 were available in 3 waves. The first wave of the funding opened to new voucher requests on June 2021 with $84 million. And the entire $84 million was requested within 3 hours of opening, representing more than 800 vehicle vouchers. The second wave of funds, approximately $12 million, were available on August 2021 which were fully requested. And then the third wave of funding opened on October 2021, and all available funds of $63 million requested within 9 minutes. So as you can see, HFEP has been very successful and is in high demand. Currently, HFEP is close to most voucher requests until additional funding will be available this year. And I'm giving you all this information because as you can see that you just want to be prepared and be committed and to take advantage of this funding as soon as it is released. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next, let's look at CAP incentives. CAP incentives provide funding to help owners of the older, high-polluting vehicles to replace them with newer models that have much lower emissions or zero emissions. This incentive program is a community-based program that has the primary objective to assist community concerns and priorities to provide immediate air quality benefits. Eligibility is very similar to CARB program, which I have covered earlier. And since the program started, a total of $704 million has been allocated in this program. And it is important to note that this allocation is going to lots of different types of projects and not just on-road heavy-duty projects. CAP incentive is also administered by your local air district. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we're going to go through VW mitigation funds. As you can see that VW Environmental Mitigation Fund provides a total of $360 million for California to mitigate the excess of NOx emissions caused by VW illegal use of emissions testing defeat devices. This program provides funding opportunities focused mostly on scrap and replaces projects for the heavy-duty sectors, which includes on-road heavy-duty trucks, transits, shuttle buses, school buses, forklifts, and port cargo handling equipment, commercial marine vessels, and freight switcher locomotives. So who is eligible for this program? Anyone in the state of California that operates primarily within the state can apply. There is requirement to and criteria you have to meet, but this includes public entities, private entities, and Indian tribes. Next three slides, I will go over some of the details for the categories listed in this table. I will go over zero-emission transit, school, and shuttle bus category, and zero-emission Class 8 freight and port drayage trucks category, and combustion freight and marine project category. But for the sake of time, I didn't put a slide for zero-emission freight and marine project. But zero-emission freight and marine projects category provides funding for heavy lift forklifts, port cargo handling equipment, airport ground support equipment, marine projects, marine engines, and shore power system at berth. And currently, Bay Area AQMD is accepting application for this category, and the representatives are here today at 3:15 at our virtual vendor booth to answer any of your questions. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next, Let's look at the zero-emission transit, school, and shuttle bus projects. There are $130 million allocated to this category and is administered by San Joaquin Valley Air District. During the project's 10-year period, approximately 420 vehicles will be replaced, providing an incentive amount of up to $400,000 per vehicle. It is important to note that this category has experienced a record high demand for zero-emission school buses. And as a result, applications for school buses are no longer being accepted. However, money for transit and shuttle buses is still available, and application would be awarded on a first-come, first-served basis. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, I want to talk about the VW fund category, which is the zero-emission Class 8 freight and port drayage truck category. This category covers drayage trucks, waste haulers, dump trucks, and concrete mixers. There are $90 million in funds allocated in this category, which is intended to support the expansion of zero-emission truck availability in heavier weight class 8, that have typically relied on diesel technology. The first solicitation of $27 million have been requested already. Approximately $26 million will be available for the second solicitation, which is anticipated to be available sometime between 2022 and 2023. For non-governmental fleets, the maximum funding cap is $200,000 or 75% of cost of replacement. And funding becomes available. The application will be awarded on a first-come, first-served basis. Also, the existing vehicle must be engine model year between 1992 to 2012, which will need to be scrapped. And to be eligible, the replacement vehicle needs to be a zero-emission technology. This program is administered by South Coast Air Quality Management District. Next slide, please. Okay, so far we talked about VW funding for zero-emission technology, but this last category, the combustion freight and marine project provides funding for low NOx engines. And it is intended to accelerate the replacement of older, higher polluting engines through the state of California, including but not limited to areas that are disproportionately impacted by air pollution, such as freight corridor, ports, and rail yards. A total of $60 million in VW funds are allocated to this category, including the first installment of $30 million. Approximately $26 million in project funds are still available. The solicitation would be available to eligible entities statewide on a first-come, first-served basis. Applications are now being accepted by South Coast AQMD online grant management system. The existing truck will be scrapped, and it needs to be an engine model year between 1992 to 2012, Class 7 or Class 8 freight trucks. This includes drayage trucks, waste hauler, dump trucks, and concrete mixers. And the replacement or repower engine must be a 0.02 low NOx engine, which is a combustion engine replacement project. I need to mention that the repower option is only available for ferries, tugboats, and towboats. And you need to operate with at least 75% of the time within California. In the same way, at most incentive programs, fleet needs to be in compliance with all applicable regulation until time of the replacement. Next slide, please. So moving towards some of the programs we have for utilities. So on this slide, SB 350 transportation electrification is the Clean Energy and Pollution Reduction Act of 2015, which is SB 350, requires utilities to undertake transportation electrification activities to promote widespread transportation technologies for customers and vehicle grid integration. So California Public Utility Commission, or also known as CPUC, has approved $686 million through 2023 to be dispersed by the 3 largest utilities in California. And these 3 largest electric utilities are San Diego Gas and Electric Company, Southern California Edison, and PG&E. And this investment will support charging for 18,000 trucks, buses, and off-road vehicles, and pays for design and electrical service upgrades on consumer properties, and also pays for rebates for chargers located in the disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. Thank you. So for your next infrastructure project, I put some resources here that could be valuable to you. First is California Public Utility Commission website, which has a lot of useful resources for finding rebates and incentives. Next is a PG&E. The EV fleet program is a comprehensive program that includes incentives and rebates, site design and permitting, construction and activation, maintenance and upgrades. And there you can find the EV fleet saving calculator, which is an interactive and visual tool where you can calculate the fuel saving and the total cost of ownership. Next is the Southern California Edison Charge Ready Transportation Program. They give businesses the opportunity to install the infrastructure to support a fleet of medium and heavy duty electric vehicles at a low or no cost. And visit the San Diego Gas and Electric website. They work with fleets for the initial infrastructure planning stage through to design, construction, and ongoing site maintenance. SMUT has the commercial EV program, which provides rebate funds for the level 2 or DC fast chargers. And also you can visit the CEC website for many funding programs and resources for advanced technology. And if you're looking for research on the federal or state laws and incentives, the U.S. Department of Energy's Alternative Fuels Data Center is a very useful resources. And lastly, through the California Energy Commissioner's Empower Innovative website, you can have easy access to many funding opportunities. Last slide, please. Thank you. So I hope these funding program summaries will help you in the future. You can find all the information that I provided in the Truckstop website, funding opportunities, and also this kind of wraps up all the information about the funding information I have. I'm happy to answer any of questions you have now. Olivia, you have any questions?
All right, I don't see any questions in the Q&A. Randy or?
Nope.
Okay,
No
cool.
questions for Mac.
All right, great. We will go forward with the session evaluation then now. Thank you, Mac.
All right, thank you, Will.
All right, so let us know how we did on this presentation. And then we will wrap it up for today. Okay, so I'm going to give you a few more seconds on this poll, and then I'm going to hand it to Bruce to give our closing remarks. All right, we can close this poll now, and I will hand it over to you, Bruce.
As soon as I unmute myself, thank you, Olivia.
Great.
All right, first of all, thank you, presenters. We had a lot of very knowledgeable people that have given you guys information today, but thank you everybody for spending your time here, for joining us, for listening to these presentations, and hopefully you found out a lot of good information about a lot of different subjects. I've talked about, and some of our presentations were about zero emission vehicles. Things are changing there. We will be providing information for folks about those, but there's still obviously a lot of assistance on diesel vehicles and a number of topics that we can offer. So that's what we tried to do. And again, I hope we were successful. If you have questions about your specific fleets, or you'd like to talk to our enforcement staff, or whatever the case is, there are a couple numbers that you can call. For assistance with your on-road fleets, we have our diesel hotline. It's 1-866-6-diesel or 1-866-634-3735. I'm sure we'll be putting these up on the chat pages, or you can come to our websites and find them. The other really good resource for you is the off-road vehicle hotline, and that's at 1-877-593-6677 or 877-59-DOORS, like the thing that you'd shut. And if you have off-road vehicles, you're probably familiar with the DOORS reporting system, so just remember that. So again, I'm sure we'll be posting some of these numbers. Actually, we will be, I know that. Also, we'll be making a recording of today's events available, and the place to find them will be the same place that you probably signed up for today's event, and that's our training and events webpage. So check back. It usually takes a few days to get those things posted. But if you missed today's presentations or any part of it, or you just want to listen to it again, they'll be there for you. We plan to post. I'm going to back up. We offer not only these in English, but we have Spanish and Punjabi presentations, and we're going to be posting the recordings in all three of those languages. So whatever it is you need, it should be there. Finally, I've said a couple times, and I just want to put one last plug in for a couple of things, and that is we are developing regulations. We've talked about that, especially the Advanced Clean Fleet regulation. I always encourage everybody, from the biggest company to the smallest single owner operator, to participate to whatever degree you are able to in that process, whether it be workshops, or there will be times for written comments to us. Whether it be work group meetings that we've had, those are a little less formal than a workshop, and they're more of a working session where we work with, where industry works amongst itself and we work with industry. And we will be holding more of those on grid infrastructure. So again, stay tuned, especially our truck stop website. You should be able to find information. And finally, we will be offering these types of assistance events. The structure of the event will be probably quite different, but the purpose of the event will be the same, and that will be to provide information to people on just what they need to go to zero emission. Brandon said earlier that he could, talk for hours on some of those things. Well, that's exactly the case. I mean, we're looking at probably, not in a row, but we're probably looking at, 2 to 3 separate webinars on different topics about going zero. There's a lot to let people know, so stay tuned for all that. I don't think we have anything else. Olivia, jump in and interrupt me if we do. You're shaking your head. Perfect.
Thank you so much. All right.
And thank you, and thank everybody out there, and have a good day.
Awesome. All right. So at this time, it is time to visit our exhibitor booths. So there's a couple more minutes till 3:15, but I'm going to drop the link in the chat one last time. If you click on that link, it'll bring you to a web page that shows all of the meeting rooms that are available for you to go visit right now. So if you are interested in some funding or to learn about affordability, we have 5 different exhibitors who are available to talk to you about that. So take a look at that page, go visit them. They are standing by, eager to talk to you. So I'm going to drop some links into the chat so you can jump straight over to some of those Zoom meetings. And then we will leave the Zoom event up for about 5 to 10 minutes so that you can gather any of the resources from the chat that you might want to save. Once we do close the Zoom, I don't believe you'll have access to any of those resources that were shared in the chat. So maybe go through, grab anything that you want to save, and then you can look at that information when you have time. All right, so thank you, everyone. I'm going to go off camera now and let you go meet with the exhibitors. So thank you and goodbye.
Hello all, just one more time for those that are still in the session. Evaluation for the webinar today. Once the webinar closes, you'll be able to complete the evaluation. And then also, if you leave before then, it's completely fine. You'll get it sent to you via email. So please be on the lookout for that. Please also do take the time to complete that, as we have some open-ended questions that you can't necessarily get from the polls. So again, thank you very much. Everybody have a wonderful day. It's 3:14 now, so we will leave the training up for about, I'll leave the webinar open for about another 10 minutes, like Olivia said. So let's say 3:25, and then you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks very much.